Chapter 476. In the distant ancient heaven, he ruled over the world with a supreme scepter. He effected the rise and fall of the mortal world and slew ancient saints. How many people dared to oppose him? Yi Fan only had this thought for a moment. Rebuilding the celestial court was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just the inheritance alone would require him to obtain the attainment formula of the 9 secrets. However, this did not affect his determination. The most important thing now was to obtain the flawless inheritance. If someone invited a mortal expert to come into being, he could evolve into the killer master of the celestial court and deal with them. Now was not the time to think. There were still 4 experts in the mortal world before him that needed to be dealt with. Zheng! 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 The cries of swords shook the sky. The blood, jade, purple, and azure swords were like 4 rainbows that pierced through the heaven and earth and shot towards Yi Fan's head. The vermilion bird soared through the sky, the true dragon roared, the white tiger roared, and the black tortoise floated up and down. The 4 immortal spirits took form and rushed towards Yi Fan together. The dragon and tiger struggled for hegemony while the turtle and sparrow danced together, covering the sky. Boom! The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise each held a scroll in their mouths. At this moment, they opened their mouths and spread out towards Yi Fan. This was the ultimate killing technique of the 4 symbols. It sealed the heaven and earth, making it difficult for people to move even half a step. It was the same as shackling the enemy. Yi Fan seemed to have sunk into a muddy swamp. The more he struggled, the tighter the shackles became. His entire body was being squeezed by an invisible force as if he was being bound by chains. The eyes of the 4 killers revealed a cold glint. The 4 swords vibrated at the same time. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow became more and more real as the pressure of immortal spirits came down. The scrolls they spat out made crackling sounds like the beating of a heavenly drum. The vibration caused one's blood to surge and their bones to tremble as if they were about to break. Clang! Yi Fan's curved body shook violently. Golden blood surged and his entire body trembled. His physical body shook with an ocean-like brute force. Boom! He shattered the shackles and soared into the sky. Then, his body shifted horizontally. His dragon-shaped body possessed unimaginable power as he actually broke through the shackles. The Tao diagrams laid down by the 4 great immortal spirits sealed the void, but they simply couldn't stop this curving dragon. Yi Fan was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. The power of imprisonment was like a paper window that was instantly pierced through. Bang! The void trembled, the heavens trembling, everything no longer stable. The Taiji Dao mark Yi Fan turned into was like a divine object refined by a saint rushing over. Pop, pop! For shattering sounds rang through the air. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow were all pierced through by him. They couldn't stop him even half a step. The 4 immortal spiritual incarnations cried out in grief before disappearing into thin air. Rip! The 4 scrolls in their mouths were also torn apart by Yi Fan's bare hands like rags, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye, no longer existing. Tao power surged, rushing in all directions. Let's go! When the 4 great human experts saw that the void cage they laid down couldn't stop Yi Fan, their expressions all changed. They decisively turned around and fled into the distance. You all came to kill me, yet you still want to leave. Yi Fan's skull was almost pierced through and he almost lost his life. Right now, blood was still dripping from between his black hair. Golden blood flowed down his face. His eyes were cold and his expression unswerving. He quickly took action, forceful and domineering without holding anything back. Poof! Yi Fan rushed past. The 4th person was cut apart by his curved body. It was as if a divine weapon had cut through him. The cut was smooth, and only after a while did blood spurt out. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. Yi Fan continuously killed the human world seed experts. He was tyrannical and terrifying, making everyone feel uneasy. As expected, the doomsday holy body couldn't be bullied. The remaining 3 split up and fled, but they weren't as fast as Yi Fan. He almost instantly caught up to another person. His right hand turned into a true yang that was like flawless white jade as it pressed forward. Ching. That person hurriedly retaliated. The green longsword in his hand was broken on the spot. Blood flowed from the area between his thumb and index finger. He was hit by the huge force until his entire body was bleeding. Dong. Yi Fan swung his fist and pressed down. It was as if a great mountain was falling down, making it impossible for the assassin to dodge. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Poof. This was a type of destructive power. Yi Fan, who had turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, had a terrifying Dao power that could break through all obstructions. He immediately smashed that person's arm into pieces and turned his body into a bloody paste. He rushed past and chased after the other two. The white-clothed woman was already blocked by the Black Emperor's formation while the other person was entangled by Li Heishui. The void trembled. Yi Fan's curved body moved at a terrifying speed. It was like a dragon soaring through the sky. He immediately rushed over and avoided Li Heishui, fighting barehanded. This person was clearly very powerful. He activated his overflowing magical power and continuously resisted. He temporarily blocked Yi Fan, but with the holy body at such a close distance, he completely lost the initiative. Chi! Yi Fan broke through the restraints of the void and turned into a streak of golden light. His hands trembled and the true yin and true yang merged. With a loud hong sound, the sky collapsed and a mountain peak below collapsed. This powerful inheritor spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked and he flew backwards. His eyes revealed a horrified expression. The world of man's concealment divine technique was displayed and he wanted to disappear into nothingness. Yi Fan sneered. After cultivating the divine eye, nothing could be hidden. He didn't delay in the slightest and his dragon-shaped body shot out like an arrow. Hong! His left hand was pitch black like ink and represented the true yin within the Taiji divine diagram. At this moment, it slammed downwards and turned into a black hole. The horizon trembled and endless terrifying storms surged. That black hole devoured everything. The boulders and ancient trees on the mountain peak below were all uprooted and absorbed within. Pooh! This expert's body split into pieces and blood splashed everywhere. His limbs and torso were all separated and then turned into flying ashes, entering the black hole. There was no one who wasn't horrified. World of Man's flying immortal, man and sword as one, 7 great experts rushed over, yet in the end, 6 of them were killed by him. Shua! Yi Fan soared through the air and drew out a profound yet heart-shaking trajectory. He arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. The Black Emperor's temporary formation patterns couldn't stop her and she had already broken free. This woman wasn't all that beautiful and could even be considered ordinary. It was difficult for others to notice her when standing in the sea of people, but it was precisely her that almost pierced through Yi Fan's head. Chang! Yi Fan rushed over and used his finger to strike the dark green divine sword. Sparks flew in all directions and the shockwaves caused the peak of a mountain below to crack apart. He began to fight a great battle with her. So, the white-robed woman's movement technique was very strange. She was like a loach swimming in the void, making it difficult for people to attack with their full strength. She constantly hid in the void, and every time, she would launch a fierce attack from the dark. Yi Fan's brute force was unparalleled. After transforming into the Taiji Dao mark, he was unstoppable and his speed had also reached the extreme. Even though this white-clothed woman was very agile and strange, she still couldn't avoid his sharpness. Yi Fan's fists split the sky. Every single strike was a heavy blow, and with his terrifying speed, he could be said to be a slaughtering deity that was difficult to defend against. Boom! Every time he brandished his fist, there would be a golden blood energy that rushed into the heavens. He was like an undefeatable Holy Spirit. His eyes were deep and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strike of Yi Fan's was terrifying beyond compare. It was as if he was brandishing his fist and moving the entire heaven and earth, almost suppressing the white-clothed woman. If not for her strange movement technique, she would have long been beaten into a meat patty. It was because even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng King couldn't withstand this kind of tyrannical divine power. Boom! Yi Fan's golden blood energy rushed into the sky, as if there were tens of thousands of true dragons soaring into the sky from his body. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Every time he brandished his hand, the void would collapse. Dong! The white-clothed woman's entire body was overflowing with blood. The powerful pressure had cracked the surface of her body, and she couldn't hold on any longer. The green sword in her hand shattered into pieces with a prung sound. Boom! Yi Fan was like an eternal divine furnace that was blooming with light. The dragon-shaped Dao body passed by. His fist power overflowed the heavens, and endless golden brilliance submerged the sky. This powerful white-clothed woman was beaten into meat paste by him. She was thoroughly killed and died under the sky. In the end, only a bloody mist was left floating in the air. The experts dispatched by the human world were all executed. Including the gray-clothed man from before, Yi Fan had killed a total of 8 great assassins. This series of conflicts and battles could be said to be a thunderous storm. He and the golden-winged little Peng King fought for close to 5,000 rounds. He was originally seriously injured, but he relied on his own strength to break through the human world's killing trap and kill everyone. At this time, he could only be described as powerful and tyrannical. It made every spectator's heart go cold. This was the power of a divine physique. Does he really not have much time left? He only has half a month of lifespan left, yet he still has such terrifying battle strength. Fortunately, his life has come to an end. Otherwise, he would be the greatest enemy of all the saints. The wind phoenix couldn't calm down. Her beautiful face under the 5-colored mask was rippling. Her beautiful eyes flickered and kept changing. Yao Shi, the purple mansion saint, Zhao Fa, and the others also couldn't calm down. They were all thinking and everyone had different thoughts. All the saints and saintesses felt great pressure. Now, no one dared to say that they could suppress Yi Fan, but there weren't many who could fight against him. At this time, a top figure of the younger generation, the Ji family's divine monarch physique, stared ahead with his deep eyes. Everyone in the world said that the golden-winged little Peng King could fight against the divine physique, but no one knew how powerful Ji Haoyue was. Now, his expression was calm, and scenes of the battle kept appearing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. Many people noticed it, and they were all frightened. This is the divine art of divination that the divine monarch physique is born with. He is playing out the battle just now. Ji Haoyue was playing out the battle just now. Seeing how calm he was, everyone gasped. They knew that he could definitely fight against the divine monarch physique. The Ji family's divine monarch physique hadn't fought many times. When people measured the golden-winged little Peng King's battle strength, they always used him as a comparison. They had almost forgotten the fact that he was the king of the eastern wilderness. The Ji family was the descendant of the ancient the Arch. The void ancient scripture recorded the peerless divine art and the flawless secret of the Arch. However, few people knew what kind of peerless divine art was recorded in the last few pages of the void ancient scripture, but it was said to be unparalleled. How terrifying would the divine monarch physique be if he showed it? Everyone couldn't help but shiver at the thought of this. Here, another person with a special performance was the Yao Guang saint. His hair moved with the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. The light in his eyes kept flickering, as if one world after another was being destroyed and created. It was frightening to look at. However, he quickly smiled and returned to normal. Who invited the experts of the mortal world to kill me? Yi Fan asked himself as his eyes swept over everyone. Most of the heroes at the scene were young. After being swept by his sharp eyes, they were all shaken. They didn't dare to look at him directly and wanted to retreat. Chapter 477. Woof! The big black dog suddenly roared. The mountains shook. He landed in the mountain range and picked up a golden arm. That was the arm of the little Peng King. It was the only part that the old Peng King had neglected. It was still there, flickering with golden light. What do you want it for? Li Heishui asked. This is the heavenly Peng divine wing. It will transform into its original form in a while. The big black dog drooled. He is the descendant of the Prng race's saint. This kind of divine wing can only be found and not sought. It is priceless. Li Heishui looked at the bloody arm and was a bit dumbfounded. He was about to faint from its words. Mother Ker, you dare to eat anything. In the surroundings, the others were also a bit dizzy. They didn't know what to say. This damn dog's taste was too strong. It really lacked morals. Doggy, don't eat anything. Little Nan Nan was very afraid. She covered her big eyes with her little hands and didn't dare to look at it. Don't worry, I will only use it to refine medicine. It was unknown whether it was speaking the truth or not. With a flash, it put it away. Is the world of mortals really going to make a comeback? A powerful wave came from the distance. The Wind Race's Saint Master and the other top figures flew over quickly. They all had serious expressions. They had received the news and rushed back immediately to check the results. After picking up the fragments of the broken sword, everyone carefully observed. The celestial court had been destroyed in the ancient era, but the world of mortals and hell had been preserved. The Saint Masters naturally knew about them. These two ancient assassin dynasties had always been very peaceful. Although they would occasionally take action, they were incomparably low profile. Now they had come out to kill the Saint Physique. It really made people feel uneasy. Yi Fan was also pondering. He swept his eyes over everyone. It was difficult to determine who had invited the world of mortals. He only knew that only an ancient inheritance could contact the ancient assassin dynasty. Who could it be? This was a very dangerous enemy who wanted to kill him. However, he didn't know where the enemy was at all. In this battle, Yi Fan had suffered rather heavy injuries. The most dangerous was the sword on his head. If it had spat out an inch more sword light, he would have been in danger. The golden-winged little Prng had also left quite a few wounds on his body. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air, unmoving. Golden blood chi was boiling, submerging him within. He was operating the holy technique recorded in the Nirvana Sutra. This was the secret healing technique that an Miaoyi had given him. Although it was not a flawless ancient scripture of Buddhism, it was still one of the most quintessential divine texts. Golden blood chi soared into the sky, and every inch of Yi Fan's flesh and blood was trembling. The saint blood gushed forth like a raging sea, producing thunderous sounds. Outside his body, golden lightning danced, and dense golden light lingered, setting off his body brilliantly, as if he was forging an immortal divine body. It didn't take long before all the wounds on his body were healed, and most of his internal and external injuries were healed. However, he had to expend a certain amount of golden blood energy. However, the most powerful part of a holy body was his physical body. Endless essence chi could quickly make up for it, so he could always maintain his peak state. Now that there were powerful enemies watching him from the shadows, he had to make sure that he was in peak condition without any injuries. Otherwise, others might take advantage of him. Swoosh! Yi Fan opened his eyes, shooting out two beams of divine radiance. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they became even more apprehensive towards the holy body. Yi Fan saw the apprehension the saint children and saintesses had towards him. He stood up, and then he forced himself. Two streaks of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's so fierce, and he's even vomiting blood. Many people were speechless. They all said that he was about to die, but they saw him fight with such vigor and vigor. They couldn't help but be suspicious. He started vomiting blood in the northern region, all the way to the southern region, and then to the central region. Why is it that the more blood he vomits, the more powerful he becomes? Many people were furious. The Wind Clan's holy lord walked over and nodded towards him, saying, "Not bad, you killed the 8 great seeds alone. I was just lucky." In front of such a peerless expert, Yi Fan didn't dare to lower his guard and hid his current state. But you have to be careful. The ancient killer celestial court has many experts, and they have comprehended the great Tao of killing. They are unparalleled in the field of killing, the Wind Clan's holy lord reminded him. The ancient killer celestial court was unfathomable. Although countless years had passed, even the sacred grounds had to be wary of them. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, there was a huge bone tower built with the skulls of various kings. There were experts who could kill the kings in every generation. Not to mention this ancient inheritance's terrifying foundation, just from the smallest point of view, their younger generation was definitely extremely terrifying. If they were like their ancestors, they could kill all the kings. Even if one had a divine physique, it would still be a great disaster for them. They comprehended the great Tao of killing and killed all the outstanding people in the world to prove their Tao fruit. They were a group of terrifying people who existed for the sake of killing. Since young, they were different from ordinary people, and they were the most difficult to provoke. Yi Fan wanted to leave and go to the Holy Cliff to find the 9 secrets. But the words of the Wind Clan's Holy Lord gave him a headache, so he braced himself and stayed. Miracle Dr. Wang is here. He's on the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Stay here and let him diagnose you. This miracle doctor's ancestor was greatly indebted to the unparalleled divine king. He had once invited this miracle doctor to treat Yi Fan in the north region. That was why he had to sever his own cultivation. Yi Fan couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The Wind Clan's Holy Lord was very hospitable and stopped him from leaving. He insisted on seeing Miracle Dr. Wang and finding a way to prolong his life. At this time, the sky was filled with stars. Yi Fan and Little Peng fought from noon to night, which took a lot of time. Starlight sprinkled down, and the mountains became hazy. All kinds of birds and beasts finally dared to return to the forest. They had been frightened by the battle and fled in all directions. Yi Fan returned to the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Along the way, he kept evolving the scars of the great Tao and covered the source of his life. In the end, he was satisfied. On this night, the atmosphere in the Feng clan's territory was warm and festive. Many cultivators toasted each other. The divine islands floating in the sky were shrouded in mist. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm, so close to the stars. Yi Fan was still sitting with the younger generation. The main hall at the very top was filled with powerful lords. No one from the younger generation had the right to enter. Little Nan Nan sat obediently at the side. She wasn't even 3 years old and couldn't reach the delicacies on the white jade table. Yi Fan continuously picked food for her. The little girl was very happy. Her large eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. Her thoughts were pure, and she ate with great relish. In the surroundings, the others felt a lot of pressure. They sat together with Yi Fan, and they all felt a wave of exuberant blood energy fluctuations. When they thought about the various things that happened in the great battle, many people felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The Feng clan's younger generation didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. They were all well-behaved, and even when they came to toast, they did so in a very dutiful manner. The Wind Phoenix was graceful and elegant. She wore a multicolored mask as she passed through the tables. However, she didn't stay here for long and tried to avoid it as much as possible. Today's battle had deeply shaken her. The great Xia Imperial Prince, the Sky Demon Palace young Master Yao Yuekong, and the white-robed nun congratulated Yi Fan for his victory. They didn't have any misgivings and acted as if no one else was present. Then, the Yaoguang Saint Child also came over and raised his cup to congratulate him. His body flowed with divine splendor and possessed an extraordinary temperament. Even if he stood in a sea of people, he would still be recognized at a glance. Yi Fan thought of something. In the past, the Little Peng King had said that he wanted to compete with the Yaoguang Saint Child. However, ever since he was sealed in the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace, he no longer clamored after coming out. What exactly happened during this period of time could perhaps be guessed. Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver. The Yaoguang Saint Child was definitely unfathomable. At the same time, he remembered that the Yaoguang Saint Child wanted to exchange an ancient scripture for his phoenix blood scarlet gold in the forbidden area of absolute beginning. The Yaoguang Saint Child had stated clearly that it wasn't an ancient scripture from the Yaoguang sacred ground. It was an incomplete scroll that he had obtained during his travels. Yi Fan thought about it seriously. This person definitely had a great opportunity. He cultivated more than one ancient scripture. He might really have some heaven-defying means. The reason why Yi Fan was pondering about the Yaoguang Saint Child was that this person was hard to see through. There were always suspicious points that made people uneasy. However, the Yaoguang saint child had never caused any trouble. When the banquet was about to end, a person with white hair and beard, who looked like an old immortal, came to the area where the young elites were gathered. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He quickly stood up and bowed. The famous miracle doctor Wang of the central region had come. This person's medical skills were divine. Moreover, he was a mighty person with a great reputation. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I am ashamed that I couldn't cure your Dao injury. You don't have to bow to me. The old immortal-like person held Yi Fan's arm. In practically an instant, his expression faltered, but he quickly concealed it. He calmly diagnosed Yi Fan's condition. Yi Fan knew he was in trouble. This miracle Dr. Wang was indeed powerful. The great Dao injury that he had created could not be hidden from the other party. He must have seen through it. Senior, please keep it a secret. Yi Fan transmitted his voice secretly. This was a sacred lord-level figure. He was one of the top fighters in the world. He felt uneasy. You really exceeded my expectations. You didn't waste the deity king's efforts. Miracle Dr. Wang nodded and also transmitted his voice secretly. You don't have to worry. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I will protect you and eliminate the doubts of other sacred lord-level figures. Yi Fan relaxed. He felt he had made the right bet. The other party still remembered the deity king's kindness. At the same time, he was shocked. The sacred leader of the Feng clan had stopped him. The other sacred lord-level figures had doubts. These were all subtle things that could develop into terrible consequences. Leave with me. I will announce to the public that I will treat you. All right. Thank you, Senior. Then, Miracle Dr. Wang announced that Yi Fan could only live for 14 days at most. This news caused an uproar. He's really going to die. Even the miracle doctor is so sure. Seems like there's nothing we can do. Who would have thought that a sacred physique would still be so vigorous even at death's door? It's indeed a physique that can compete with great emperors. On the Wind Clan's 800 divine islands, many cultivators were discussing fervently. Yi Fan's strength was too outstanding, causing many people to feel uneasy. When this news came out, many people felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. If you want to live, you have to sever your cultivation and turn into a mortal. This was the second news that Miracle Dr. Wang announced. At this time, even the sacred leaders in the hall were alarmed. However, no one said anything. They were all watching quietly. Many of the younger generation laughed unabashedly. Such an unparalleled enemy was finally going to die. He was no longer a threat. The younger generation of the Feng clan had been quiet at first. Now they were all lively again. They were not afraid of Yi Fan and came over to pour wine boldly. The Purple Mansion Saint did not say anything. Light flashed in his eyes and he drank to his heart's content. Yao Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Her weakness was in Yi Fan's hands. She had been uneasy all along. Now she could finally relax. The Wind Phoenix's eyes flickered. She gracefully walked over and poured a cup of wine for Yi Fan. Living is better than dying. You can be considered to have reached the end of your glory. An ordinary mortal life is also a form of returning to the true self. I wish you all the best. The great Xia dynasty's prince, Yao Yuekong, the little nun in white, and the others also came over. They sincerely comforted Yi Fan and said that he could go with them. Zhao Fei's lips curled into a mocking smile. He only stopped when he was near. Brother Yi, life has its ups and downs. Don't be calculative. After saying that, he patted Yi Fan's shoulder. If it was before, he would not have dared to be so casual. Yi Fan did not care. Only he and Miracle Dr. Wang would know if there were any scars of the great Dao. Seeing this scene, he suddenly laughed and said, Brother Zhao, maybe one day I will go to you and sell the divine sword. Zhao Efe laughed and said, I have always been looking forward to it. Yao Guang's saint's son also walked over and offered a cup of wine. Take care. After daybreak, Yi Fan left with Miracle Dr. Wang just like that. There were too many topics of discussion. Everyone was guessing his fate. Many people were waiting and paying attention. This bunch of stupid birds. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on its back, and snickered coldly and said, When the time comes, will see their jaws drop to the ground in shock. Li Heishui also laughed and said, "Let's see their expressions." The place where Miracle Dr. Wang lived in seclusion was in a divine vein in the central region. It was close to a boundless wilderness. It was a very primitive region. He entered the Tao with his medical skills. Usually, he would taste hundreds of herbs and refine divine pills just to make it more convenient to enter and exit the wilderness. Miracle Dr. Wang was speechless when he heard the nonsense of the Black Emperor along the way. He stared at it and did not know what to say. Yi Fan told Miracle Dr. Wang about little Nan Nan's problem and asked if there was any way to cure her illness of always forgetting the past. "This child is a little special. I can't tell." Miracle Dr. Wang was rather surprised. He stared at little Nan Nan and then at the colorful stone. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. After passing through countless peaks and many mountain ranges, they finally reached the outside of the wilderness and came to the front of Miracle Dr. Wang's thatched cottage. There were cliffs, waterfalls, flowing springs, towering pine trees, and dancing cranes. It was indeed a pure land for cultivation. "That's not right. This place is very particular. I think the front should be even more magnificent, comparable to a piece of divine land." The big black dog revealed a surprised expression. "You have a good eye, dog." Miracle Dr. Wang nodded. Then he pointed ahead and said, "That endless mountain range indeed has a great history." Yi Fan and the others flew up into the sky and looked ahead. They were shocked. Every mountain range was like a huge dragon, majestic and majestic. This is a land of soaring dragons. It's full of dragon veins. It's indescribably precious. It can be said that this is a land that connects to the heavens. If a holy land can be born from it, it should be controlled by the most ancient inheritance, the big black dog said in surprise. This was originally an extremely prosperous sacred ground. However, a huge change happened 6,000 years ago, and it no longer exists. Miracle Dr. Wang sighed. That's right. What could this be?" Yi Fan was shocked and thought of where this place was. This is the ruins of the heavenly jade holy land that was extremely prosperous 6,000 years ago. Miracle Dr. Wang revealed the answer. It was originally an extremely powerful holy land, but it had completely declined. It was incomparably desolate. Old vines wrapped around the mountain ridges, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It had become the habitat of all kinds of strange beasts. There were ancient trees that reached the sky, and the trees were dense. They had completely covered everything in the past, and it had become a primitive dragon vein. Suddenly, a loud cry sounded, shaking the mountains. The leaves on the trees withered, and the birds and beasts crouched on the ground in fear. This cry, "Why is it so scary?" The few of them were shocked. It came from the deepest part of the heavenly jade ruins. Could it be that after 6,000 years, someone is still alive in the underground palace? Chapter 478. The second cry was heard. All the mountains were shaking, and all the grass and trees had fallen leaves. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if a terrible mountain torrent was striking the sky. The cry was short and soon stopped, but the beasts were still shaking. Not long after, the third cry was heard. All the mountains in the boundless mountains started shaking. It was as if there were thousands of dragons leaping into the air. All the mountains are going to turn over. How can a person's cry be so terrifying? Rumble. The mountains shook and the rocks fell. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. At this moment, a very strange scene happened in the boundless mountains. The grass and trees withered and then flourished. It was as if several years of spring and autumn had passed. In the sky and the earth, endless dragon chi connected the sky and the earth. The scene was extremely terrifying. What kind of person is crying? This is far too frightening. The large black dog shuddered. After a while, all was silent. The Merak ruins regained its peace. Everything was revived, and there was no more wilting or crazy growth. In front of them was the wild ancient land. The mountains were like dragons, the ancient trees towered into the sky, and the old vines covered the mountains. It was vast, ancient, mysterious, primitive. There was an indescribable aura. The mountains were majestic, and every one of them was magnificent. Many waterfalls fell from the mountains. They were thousands of meters long, like a vast expanse of whiteness. It was extremely magnificent. A long time after the cry stopped, spirit beasts finally appeared. Longevity apes climbed the holy mountains, celestial cranes danced among the clouds, and seven-colored divine deer leaped with Ganoderma in its mouth. There were also many rare and strange beasts that couldn't be named. Should we go and have a look? Li Heishui asked. Don't go. We can't estimate the cultivation level of the person crying. If we anger him, it could be a great disaster. Miracle Dr. Wang stopped him. Could it be an old madman? Yi Fan was shocked and doubtful. However, the cry didn't sound like it. It didn't sound like the cry of a white-haired old man. They couldn't calm down. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. There was actually someone crying in the Holy Land that had been destroyed for 6,000 years. That person's mood is very unstable. We'd better not provoke him. We'll go and see what's going on in a few days. Even the large black dog was frightened and retreated. Miracle Dr. Wang's place of seclusion was simple and plain. It was near a cliff, with a few thatched cottages, a small bamboo forest, and a waterfall. In the nearby area, Miracle Dr. Wang had opened up a few herbal fields and planted them with spiritual medicine. Even from afar, one could smell the fragrance of the herbs. The herbal fields were full of life. The leaves and flowers were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were rare and precious. The large black dog started drooling at that moment. Miracle Dr. Wang sternly warned it not to eat recklessly, as some rare herbs were highly toxic. The Black Emperor agreed, but on that day he slipped into the medicinal field. He was poisoned to the point that he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, his entire body convulsing. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, who passed by the medicinal field while playing, saw its miserable appearance and promptly called for help, this damn dog would have lost most of its life. Doggy, don't randomly eat things. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and seriously warned. Woof! The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was exasperated. Woof! The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was flustered and exasperated. Yi Fan also felt that the dog was outrageous. It stole spiritual herbs and ate them as soon as it came to Miracle Dr. Wang's place. In the end, it poisoned itself to death. Miracle Dr. Wang didn't think much about Yi Fan's injuries. His great Dao injury had completely healed. He kept thinking about the little Nanan. He locked himself in the cottage and flipped through various ancient books to find clues. He frowned because it was really difficult for him. 2 days later, he pushed open the door of the cottage and walked out. He was holding a yellow scroll in his hand. He looked shocked and found Yi Fan. Where's the little girl? He seemed a little nervous. Even his words were a little unnatural. Miracle Dr. Wang was not only an expert in the medical Dao, but he was also a mighty. He was a top-notch expert in the world. Even the Saint Lords had to pay respect to him. It was surprising that he was behaving like this. Senior, what's wrong? Yi Fan asked. It's hard to say. This little girl isn't simple. I can't see through her. I need to take a closer look, Miracle Dr. Wang said. She's playing. Yi Fan pointed to the flower bed by the spiritual spring in the distance. The little Nan Nan was very happy. She ran around and chased after colorful butterflies. Her face was full of an innocent smile, and her big eyes were clear and bright. The large black dog lay at the side lazily. When the little Nan Nan ran over occasionally, he would carry the little Nan Nan and run a few times. His temper was so good that it made people speechless. Damn it. This damn dog has been cruel and greedy since I saw it. I don't know how many times it has been bitten by it. Li Heishui was furious. The ferocious large black dog treated the little Nan Nan in a completely different way. This made Yi Fan and Li Heishui have many thoughts. Their intuition told them that the large black dog knew some of the truth. Be good, Ten. Here, eat a spiritual fruit. Miracle Dr. Wang handed a golden and bright spiritual fruit to the little Nanan. Its fragrance assailed her nose. Thank you, Grandpa. The little Nan Nan thanked him obediently. Miracle Dr. Wang took her pulse seriously and examined her limbs and bones. Then, he touched her head and revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Stop checking. She's healthier than anyone else. She doesn't need treatment at all. The large black dog bared his teeth at the side. He seemed unwilling to see Miracle Dr. Wang find anything. Grandpa, is Nan really sick? The little Nan asked softly. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her little shoes. Nan always forgets the past. Why is it like this? The little Nan was very disappointed. She felt sad and wronged. She felt that she was different from others. Children haven't grown up yet. Of course, it's easy for them to forget the past. When you grow up, you won't be like this anymore, the large black dog said. Doggy, is what you said true? The little Nan asked innocently with her big eyes. Of course it's true. I never lie. Don't worry. Nan isn't sick. She's very healthy. Everything is normal. When you grow up, you'll naturally get better, Miracle Dr. Wang said as he twirled his snow-white beard. Oh. In that case, Nan can rest assured. The little Nan was happy again. She was very innocent and chased after the large black dog into the distance. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. Miracle Dr. Wang revealed a solemn expression. He opened the yellowing diary and flipped to one of the pages. He pointed at an ancient picture on it and said, Look, don't you think it looks a little similar? Yi Fan was stunned. On this ancient diary, there was a little girl. Her eyes were clear and pure. She didn't seem to be tainted by the mortal world at all. She was very ethereal. Too similar. She's almost the same as Nan. He couldn't help but be surprised. This ancient diary looked a little old. In the distant past, how could there be a little girl who looked like Nan? Both of them were less than 3 years old and looked very young. There was no difference in her flawless eyes. She's really similar. However, Eastern Wilderness is too big. It's reasonable to meet someone who looks the same. Li Heishui nodded in surprise. Miracle Dr. Wang shook his head and said, You're wrong. Take a closer look at the records. Once a month, she loses her memory, but her vitality is forever. Yi Fan and Li Heishui continued to read, and their expressions changed. In this yellowing diary, the records on these few pages were limited. However, they were unimaginable. An old couple with no children found a pitiful little girl in their later years. They were overjoyed and adopted her, treating her like their own. However, something strange happened. Years passed like a day. The little girl never grew up. Moreover, she would lose her memory every full moon and forget everything in the past. In the end, the old couple passed away. The little girl was still the same. She was regarded as a demon by the locals and almost drowned in the water. A kind-hearted old woman let her go. The poor little girl wandered in a foreign land and became an abandoned beggar. She then disappeared in the sea of people. Once a month, she lost her memory. Her symptoms were too similar to Nan's. Moreover, they were forever young and never changed. Nan was like this 3 years ago and had never changed. What's going on? Yi Fan's heart was beating rapidly. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that these two abandoned children were the same person? This is unbelievable. It's the same symptom, and it's the same person. How many years ago did this happen? Li Heishui was also bewildered. This diary has existed for at least 2,500 years. It was left behind by an ancestor of mine. There were some supplementary records at the back. Existing for 2,500 years. Yi Fan was shocked. If he compared it to the history of the other side of the universe, it would be the pre-Qin period. It didn't seem like much. However, if he thought about it carefully, it was quite a long time ago. The Qin Emperor and Han Wu hadn't even been born yet. Are you sure this is true? Li Heishui was almost stuttering. If he was not wrong, Nan's origin was too mysterious. That ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wang had once passed by the town where the old couple lived. He had diagnosed the little girl, but there was no way to treat her. Later, this miracle doctor went there again. The old couple passed away. The poor little girl became a beggar again and disappeared in the sea of people. Things didn't end there. Hundreds of years later, when that ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wang passed by the ancient city of Zitiandu in his later years, He saw the poor little girl again. Although it was a hasty glance, it left a deep impression. However, he was being chased by his enemies and couldn't stop. In the end, he missed it. When he went to look for it later, he couldn't find it. This was a great regret of that old miracle doctor. He took it to heart and passed away in less than half a year, leaving behind only a yellow diary. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. Li Heishui was having a headache. He rubbed his temples hard and couldn't figure it out. Poor little beggar. Yi Fan thought of Nan Nan in the past. She was covered in tattered clothes and even her shoes had toe holes. It was heart-wrenching. Had she lived like this all along? Had she tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world? If that was really the case, how much suffering had she gone through? An abandoned child struggling to survive alone in the sea of people. She was less than 3 years old and had forgotten the past. She had probably tasted all kinds of suffering in the world. This is really hard to guess. Yi Fan sighed sourly. Sacred leader can't live past 2,500 years old, but Nan Nan never changed. Li Heishui couldn't figure it out. Miracle Dr. Wang, didn't you notice anything? Asked Yi Fan. That ancestor of mine mentioned this little girl again before he passed away and wrote a deduction on the last page of the diary. What deduction? Yi Fan and Li Heishui's eyes lit up. He only wrote 2 words, immortal infant, said Miracle Dr. Wang. What does that mean? Li Heishui couldn't understand. I don't know either. There are too many things that have been lost in our lineage. When it came to my generation, the medical skills that we have mastered are less than 10% of what we used to have, or even less than 5%. So many things have been lost. Yi Fan was shocked. One should know that this old man was known as a miracle doctor. My ancestor could even heal the scars of the great Dao in the ancient times. He was also a sage. The descendants can't compare. Miracle Dr. Wang shook his head. What does the word immortal infant mean? Although the ancestor from 2,500 years ago didn't have a sacred skill like your ancestor, he might have guessed a thing or two. I don't know either. I'm afraid there are some allusions to immortal infant. It's a pity that more than 90% of our medical books have been lost. I don't know what it means. An immortal infant that has existed forever in the world. Yi Fan pondered. 2,500 years ago, Nan Nan was still in the central region of the East Wilderness. In the end, she ended up in the southern region. She had traveled almost half of the East Wilderness. Capture that dog and interrogate it. It must know something. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan nodded and called out to Nan Nan gently. The little girl ran back happily. Her big eyes were blinking. She raised her head and said in a very soft voice, "Big brother, what's the matter? I'll make black dog meat for Nan Nan to eat later." Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Then he and Li Heishui walked forward and suddenly attacked, holding the large black dog down. You two are tired of living. How dare you provoke me? The large black dog boasted shamelessly. Tell me, what is immortal infant? Yi Fan grabbed its square head and big ears to avoid being bitten. You know about immortal infant? The large black dog was quite shocked. Clearly, this sudden question was beyond his expectations. Tell me quickly, or I'll cook you into black dog meat today. Yi Fan asked. Big brother, don't eat the dog. Although it's very naughty, it's not bad. Nan Nan took it seriously and advised timidly at the side. I want to eat the divine body today. The large black dog was not at all convinced and shouted loudly. Doggy be good. Don't talk nonsense. Nan Nan advised. She was a little scared, but she still stretched out her little hand and tried to pull them away. Can immortal infant be eaten? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. The large black dog bared his teeth and shouted fiercely. Damn, this dog is asking for a beating. Li Heishui couldn't help but raise his hand and slap the dog's butt a few times. Woof woof woof. The large black dog barked. Its big mouth suddenly became very long, and it madly bit Li Heishui, almost swallowing him. Damn, he was still bitten by a dog. Li Heishui was furious. The two of them asked, but the large black dog was very stubborn. He wouldn't say what immortal infant was no matter what. Instead, he kept barking. They had no choice. They couldn't really cook the large black dog, so he took many bites. It's been 4 days. Should we go to the Merak ruins to take a look? Li Heishui suggested on the 4th day. We can go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He had wanted to go and take a look a long time ago. The large black dog couldn't wait any longer. He carried Nan Nan and walked in the front. In front of them, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. It was a land of soaring dragons. The mountains were majestic, almost reaching the sky. As soon as they walked into this area, they found rare beasts like the flood dragon, the Qilin beast, and the nine-tailed fox. They all became cautious. After walking for more than 50 miles, they arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Merak ruins. The ruins were in ruins, and it was a desolate scene. It was full of a desolate aura. A supreme holy land had completely become history because of an unforeseen event. Damn, there's someone over there. The large black dog cried out, and stared at a figure that looked like a wooden stake within the mountain gate. The black fur on its body that was as glossy as silk all stood on end, and it growled, a freakishly powerful and ridiculous. Chapter 479. The Merak ruins were desolate. Plants grew wildly, covering the mountain gate. The withered old trees were so thick that a dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around them. Their dry branches stretched towards the sky. In the collapsed mountain gate, there was a figure that didn't move at all. It was like he had been petrified. When they were walking in the distance, they didn't sense his existence at all. Only when they got close did they suddenly realize that a person had been standing there for a long time. He had his back to the mountain gate. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his figure was tall. He was like a bottomless abyss, but also like a boundless starry sky. The large black dog used to be a great elite. Although his cultivation level had dropped, his eyes were still sharp. He couldn't tell how powerful this person was. Unfathomable, extremely terrifying. This was the Black Emperor's evaluation. He felt that his legs were cramping, so he turned around and ran with little Nan Nan on his back. The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He didn't greet anyone and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart was also beating rapidly. He originally thought it was the old madman who had returned, but now he was hesitant. This person's back was very majestic, and his black hair was dense. He was very different from that crazy and skinny old man. Let's retreat as well, Li Heishui called out. He retreated step by step. That person was blocking the mountain gate, so he couldn't be provoked. But he also knew that with the person's cultivation level, he must have discovered them long ago. He didn't panic and instead retreated slowly. Yi Fan was also surprised and didn't say anything. They retreated along the path they came from. An unknown terrifying existence, a mysterious elite whose battle prowess couldn't be estimated, was the best choice. That person still didn't move. He was like an immortal statue, standing in the collapsed mountain gate without any signs of life. Gone. Yi Fan and Li Heishui retreated a bit more. They didn't even blink, but they discovered that the tall figure had already disappeared. What kind of movement skill is this? It's too fast. It's like it never appeared before. Li Heishui was shocked. Nice. A peerless God King has an enemy. There really is no lack of extraordinary people in this world. Yi Fan was also surprised. When they returned to Miracle Dr. Wang's thatched cottage, the large black dog was muttering, "Damn it, who is this person? I can't even see through him. He's too terrifying. You stupid dog, you have no sense of loyalty, actually abandoning us and running away." Li Heishui said disdainfully. "It doesn't matter if we run away or not. It's just a show to let him know that we respect him. If he wants to make a move, even if I set up a formation pattern and teleport there, he'll still be able to shatter the space with a single palm strike and imprison us from the void," the large black dog retorted. Only little Nan Nan was quiet. Although the little girl was curious, she was very obedient. She didn't ask much and only listened attentively. Miracle Dr. Wang walked out of the thatched cottage. After understanding the situation in detail, he sighed softly and said, "Tianxian is indeed not simple. It has been 6,000 years since it was destroyed, but such a terrifying person still exists. It's really frightening." This is a land that leads to the heavens, and every mountain range is a soaring dragon. There's naturally something wrong that such a divine land hasn't been occupied by the later generations, the large black dog said suspiciously. It's not that the later generations don't want to occupy it, but this place is strange. Miracle Dr. Wang said. Although he lived next to it, he had not visited it many times. In the past, the Tianxian Holy Land was extremely prosperous. After it was destroyed, there were many divine treasures left behind, and they were all divided up by the other holy lands. However, in the end, they didn't dare to completely occupy this divine land. 6,000 years ago, the heavenly jade Holy Land, which had flourished to its peak after failing to attack the desolate antiquity Forbidden Land, was annihilated overnight. Only 3 or 4 people managed to escape, but it didn't take long for their lifespans to dry up and their bodies and souls were destroyed. For the Holy Lands, this was a great feast. They almost completely emptied the Tianxian Holy Land, and several supreme sects even wanted to station themselves here. However, not long after, every full moon, loud cries would come from the Tianxian Holy Land. Several divine lords went to investigate late at night, but they couldn't find anything. This continued for many years. In the following years, every 1,000 years, the sorrowful cries would appear late at night, and it really shocked all the holy lands. From then on, no one dared to have any designs on this place. Although they knew that this was a land of soaring dragons, they didn't dare to touch it. Come to think of it, another 1,000 years have passed, and the night of the full moon is coming soon. Could it be that that person has returned? Miracle Dr. Wang frowned. What a freak. He appears every 1,000 years, and even time can't erase him? This is too terrifying. The large black dog murmured, fear in his heart. Yi Fan thought of something, and he asked Miracle Dr. Wang, Senior, do you know what ancient scriptures are cultivated in Tianxian? What's the origin of the mystical footwork they have? The large black dog had once said that the old lunatic's footwork had the shadow of the attainment formula of the 9 secrets, and he wanted to understand it. The ancient scriptures of Tianxian are very powerful and profound, but it's a pity that they've already been destroyed and haven't been passed down. Their footwork is unparalleled in the world, surpassing the extreme speed of Tianpeng. At this point, Miracle Dr. Wang paused for a moment and then said, very few people in the world know that Tianxuan's footwork evolved from the 9 secrets. What? Yi Fan was shocked, feeling that the large black dog had guessed correctly. In ancient times, there was a saint in our sect, so we naturally know some of those ancient secrets, Miracle Dr. Wang said slowly. More than 100,000 years ago, all the holy lands surrounded and attacked the celestial court, and this ancient dynasty was destroyed. All the major sects had more or less gained something. And the most precious thing that Tianxian obtained was the ancient scroll of the attainment formula, the core saint technique of the celestial court. It was cut off by them and became the top secret and passed down. The old lunatic's footwork originated from the attainment formula of the celestial court, but it was incomplete. In the end, Tianxian continued to evolve, and that was how the unparalleled speed of the later generations came. The night of the full moon arrived very quickly. Yi Fan and the others stood on the peak in the distance, looking down at the Tianxian Holy Land. Moonlight sprinkled down like water, and a loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, resounding through the clouds, startling tens of thousands of beasts, and shaking the mountains. It's him, that tall figure. The large black dog was terrified. Yi Fan and the others saw that person again, appearing and disappearing like a ghost in the Tianxian Holy Land. He moved so fast that the naked eye could not follow his speed. Woo, the loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, like the roar of the sea, deafening. It traveled especially far in the night, and the whole heaven and earth was shaking. As expected, people from all the holy lands have come. Miracle Dr. Wang said, his eyes looking into the distance. The millennium was a very special day. All the holy lands wanted to see if that person had returned, and if he was dead or not. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. The loud cry started again, and this millennium was still not over. This is too freakish, the large black dog muttered. Multiple generations of old divine masters have died, and he can still come here to cry. Damn dog, lower your voice, don't talk nonsense, Li Heishui warned. In the distance, the people from the Holy Lands retreated silently, not daring to stay here for long. They only came to make sure. After all, in the past, they had moved away the divine treasures of the Tianxian Holy Land, so they were very guilty. Now, this unparalleled person was still alive, and no one could remain calm. In the blink of an eye, the distant sky was empty. Is he the old madman or not? Yi Fan muttered. Apart from the old madman, could it be that there was another unimaginable person in the Tianxian Holy Land who had survived? How could this be possible? The loud cry lasted for an hour, and it only quieted down at midnight. The mountains stopped shaking, and the heaven-reaching land was peaceful. This time he should have left. Legend has it that every time he finishes crying, he will disappear for 1,000 years, Miracle Dr. Wang said with a sigh. Let's go and take a look, Li Heishui said. In the dead of night, the ruins of the Tianxian Holy Land were silent. Broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere, and it was extremely desolate. The once glorious and powerful immortal Holy Land had ended up like this, which made people sigh. There was really nothing eternal in this world. The blue stone steps were covered with green moss, and weeds covered the ground. It was a barren land, and some huge stones were carved with many ancient characters. 6,000 years had passed, and all the precious things had been moved away. Nothing was left, and only weeds were left in the herb fields. You guys can walk around. I will carefully study the layout of these herb fields, Miracle Dr. Wang said. This was not the first time he had observed, but every time, he could find some incomplete Dao patterns that could accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. Yi Fan and the others walked in the huge ruins. Debris, broken walls, and other things could be seen everywhere. There were also some half-collapsed ancient palaces that were covered with a thick layer of dust. Underground palace. They found a huge underground palace, and the buildings inside were still in good condition. However, when they went deeper, they all took a deep breath. There were endless tombs connected together, and it was an underground cemetery. Firelight flickered, and there were paper money and some tributes in front of each tomb. Obviously, someone had just swept the tombs. Miracle Dr. Wang said that the only divine land in the Tianxian Holy Land has not been found. Their ancient scripture might be buried there. Could it be in this tomb? Li Heishui was suspicious. Unfortunately, even with Black Emperor's attainments in Dao pattern, he couldn't find anything. After a while, they all left. When they came to the deepest part of the Tianxian Holy Land, it was even more desolate. There were collapsed ancient palaces, broken bluestone steps, and a huge martial arts arena. Everything recorded the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. The once supreme Holy Land had become a thing of the past. The most mysterious divine land in the Tianxian Holy Land can't be found after all. Their ancient scripture has really become the ashes of history. The few of them were regretful. The bright moon flickered in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled on the desolate forest like white feathers. Little Nan Nan's body emitted a colorful light, and her small stone slowly disappeared into her body. Nan Nan is going to forget the past again. The little girl was depressed, and her voice was very soft. On the night of the full moon, she would experience a new life and forget everything in the past. However, Yi Fan was already prepared, and he took out the shining jade. Don't worry, Nan Nan. Everything that you have experienced is recorded in here, and you will understand it in a while. Okay. The little girl nodded seriously. Like the moonlight sprinkling on the water, like thin smoke, a colorful light shot out from between little Nan Nan's eyebrows, and a new small stone appeared. She was extremely confused, and she didn't recognize anyone. She was a little timid, and she looked around in fear. Yi Fan imprinted the jade that contained her memories into her mind. Not long after, the little girl calmed down again, and she was very happy and said, Nan Nan didn't forget the past. The colorful stone between her eyebrows became more and more sparkling, and it was about to fall off. At this moment, the little girl suddenly exclaimed, There is a world over there. She stretched out her small pink hand and pointed at the void. Her small mouth formed an O shape, and she was very surprised and curious. Nan, what are you talking about? Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the big black dog all looked surprised. Nan saw a pure land, and there were many sparkling petals dancing in it, but there were coffins everywhere on the ground, and there was a person. The little girl exclaimed. She timidly took a few steps back, and she was still staring at the void. Is it the divine land of Merak? They were all shocked. The void that little Nan was pointing at was located in the sky in the deepest part of the Merak ruins. Yi Fan couldn't see anything even with his god's eye, but she saw through it with a glance. That person is sitting up in the only coffin that hasn't been sealed. He's coming out. It's the person we saw a few days ago. It discovered us. The little girl was even more afraid now. She couldn't speak anymore. Swoosh. Without a sound, a tall figure appeared on the ground in the deepest part of the ruins. That person walked out from the divine land. He was dressed in an ancient green robe, and his black hair was thick. His eyes were empty, and he took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Fan and the others. He stared at little Nan, and then he stretched out his hand. Chapter 480. Moonlight enveloped this tall figure, and his hair danced in the wind. His empty eyes were faintly discernible, but his appearance was concealed. The large yellow hand reached forward, and all the black fur on the large black dog's body stood up, because little Nan was sitting on his body. Seeing this, even though Yi Fan knew he was no match, he still quickly moved forward to block. He didn't want anything to happen to little Nan. With a clang, the dragon-pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword was unsheathed and slashed down. Ding! The large yellow hand didn't dodge at all, directly grabbing forward. The black holy sword struck a finger, and sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't move at all. This was horrifying. The black holy sword was sturdy and indestructible, but it couldn't even move a finger. They really didn't know how this person tempered his body, and it was difficult to imagine what kind of cultivation level he had reached. Yi Fan brandished his golden fist, smashing it forward. His body was incredibly powerful, and he circulated his most powerful blood chi to block the large hand. As if a divine drum was being struck, a muffled sound rang out between the two. Yi Fan retreated, his arm numb. Even with his powerful saint physique, it was difficult to block that large hand. It slowly but powerfully reached over, unable to change its trajectory at all. This was the result that made Yi Fan shiver. His powerful saint physique was suppressed by someone for the first time. Moreover, the other party was so casual and didn't attack him at all, allowing him to brandish his golden fist and heavily strike it. Woof! The large black dog was anxious, and he summoned the black profound jade platform, wanting to cross the void and escape. Swoosh! With a flash of light, it and little Nan's shadow disappeared. However, this large hand merely pressed down lightly in the void. With a rumbling sound, it immediately crushed the void of heaven and earth and shook them out. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The large yellow hand reached deep into the collapsed void, covering them, and the terrifying chaotic flow of energy was all fixed in place. The boundless power of the void couldn't harm them at all. The large yellow hand restrained the Black Emperor and little Nan from the void. Woof! The large black dog barked. Aya! Little Nan was about to cry. Yi Fan rushed forward with all his might. The golden hand struck forward again, wanting to save them, but it couldn't move at all. At this moment, he actually felt powerless like an ant trying to shake a tree, and he was filled with helplessness. This person was like a bottomless abyss that was impossible to fathom. Bang! The web between Yi Fan's thumb and forefinger ruptured, and he was sent flying several thousand feet away. This was not an attack from his opponent at all, but the backlash from his opponent's hand. What do you want? Yi Fan was afraid that he would hurt little Nanan. Li Heishui also took action, but he was in an even worse state than Yi Fan, flying back 1,000 zhang. He grimaced in pain, continuously swinging his arms, almost to the point of numbness. The night breeze blew over, causing the tall man's hair to flutter, revealing a righteous face. It was bronze in color, with a straight nose and a square mouth. Apart from the emptiness of his eyes, this was an extremely imposing man. He was like an immortal god of war, making others feel reverence. You are. Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was actually the old madman. How did he become like this? In the past, his white hair was messy, his body was withered, and he was extremely old. His eyes were cloudy and he seemed to be crazy. But now, he was very different. His body was strong, and his hair was thick and black. He was like a completely different person, as if he had obtained eternal youth. What happened? Is it because of the transformation last time? Yi Fan was surprised and then said loudly, "Senior, do you still remember me? You once taught me the Merak steps. What are you going to do? Don't hurt little Nan Nan. He is the crazy old man who has lived for 6,000 years." Li Heishui's mouth was wide open, and his heart was surging with emotions. He was quite shocked. A ray of light flashed across the old madman's empty eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan, but did not say anything. Instead, he threw the large black dog out and fixed little Nan Nan in the air to observe. "Uncle, what are you going to do?" Little Nan Nan asked timidly, and she couldn't help but step back. At this moment, the old madman's expression was extremely serious. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his empty eyes, as bright as 2 golden lamps. The divine light shone on little Nan Nan, and suddenly the air twisted as if it was about to collapse. "Big brother, I'm scared," the little girl sobbed. "Don't be afraid, little Nan Nan. He won't hurt you." After recognizing the old madman, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the old madman would not kill her. The old madman's expression became more and more serious. His thick black eyebrows were raised, and a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, falling on the little girl. The large black dog was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. He felt an unparalleled pressure. He glanced at little Nan Nan, and then at the old madman, anxious and worried. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the old madman and little Nan Nan disappeared into the sky. Where did they go? Li Heishui was surprised. They must have gone into the divine land of Merak. Yi Fan said in a low voice. "Oh no, the old madman's strength is appallingly high. I can't see through him. Is he trying to take little Nan Nan's fruit away?" The Black Emperor felt 100 claws scratching his heart. Ding dong! Celestial music came from the sky, and a pure land bloomed with light. Thousands of auspicious lights and billions of divine lights sprinkled down. It was a magnificent scene. The green grass was like a carpet, and the fragrance of immortals filled the air. Spirit springs gushed out one after another, and the sky was filled with petals. It was like a dreamy country. However, the ground of this pure land was filled with vermilion coffins, which looked quite strange. This was the divine land of Merak, the last secret place that had not been discovered by anyone. It was very likely that the ancient scriptures and the supreme inheritance of Merak could be found in it. The old madman roared, and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. Apart from the beasts in the mountains, the ancient beasts in the neighboring wastelands also trembled. A beam of divine light soared into the sky, and it seemed as if it was going to penetrate the boundless starry sky. He was like an ancient god. His ancient green robe fluttered, and he stood with his head held high. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. His temperament was extremely frightening, and he was very different from his usual appearance. At the same time, little Nan Nan closed her eyes. Her little hands were actually continuously forming hand seals. It was profound and unfathomable. It was so complicated that it was incomprehensible. What happened? Yi Fan was shocked. He found out. What should we do? The large black dog could not sit still, and he jumped up and down, feeling very uneasy. Swoosh! The old madman's eyes swept over like 2 bolts of lightning, and the muscles of Yi Fan and the others almost cracked. They were all extremely shocked. The old madman walked around little Nan Nan, and his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he could see through everything about her. In particular, a godlike figure appeared between his eyebrows, sitting in the void, solemn and dignified, staring at the little girl. This is not the ancient times anymore. The world has changed a long time ago. How could such an unfathomably terrifying figure still be born? The large black dog was even more shocked. The godlike figure in front of the old madman's eyebrows seemed to be splitting the sky and the earth, swallowing and spitting out chaos. It stared at little Nan, and the divine land kept expanding. Little Nan kept forming seals, and the seven-colored stone between her eyebrows became more and more resplendent, but it did not fall off. It melted into a seven-colored light spot, and a mysterious aura flowed around it. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine land closed, and the scene inside could no longer be seen. Dr. Wang was also alarmed. He rushed over, and after knowing what had happened, he gasped and said, "Step back, stay further away from here." Everyone was unwilling and they retreated far away, but nothing bad happened after that. When it was late at night, the divine land in the void reappeared. Little Nan looked around in a daze and then walked out. The little girl was not hurt. The only change was that the seven-colored stone was melted between her eyebrows, and it did not fall off anymore, which gave her a kind of spiritual aura. The old madman appeared in the void, and his eyes became empty again, without any expression. With a wave of his sleeve, the whole divine land disappeared. The large black dog took the little girl, and looked left and right, surprised and doubtful, and said, "I've healed your internal injuries." The Black Emperor turned to look at the tall figure in the void and said to himself, "As expected, he is very courageous. He did not steal the fruit of Wei but helped me." Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Thank you for teaching me, Senior, and for helping me this time. I have no way to repay you, but I know a place that might have the complete attainment formula." He had been asking Dr. Wang for advice these few days, and indirectly learned that one of the 9 secrets that the ancient clan in Lizhou of the northern region had obtained was very likely to be the attainment formula. And the ancient scroll left by that clan led to the Holy Cliff, which meant that he was very likely to obtain the attainment formula. However, that was not a good place. There were formation patterns of the Great Emperor, and even the Red Dragon Daoist was trapped there for 1,500 years. Even the large black dog had doubts these days. Now that he had met the old madman, he was definitely a great help, and wanted to invite him to go with him to the Holy Cliff to find the 9 secrets, and at the same time, to repay his kindness. As expected, the old madman's empty eyes shone with brilliance, but it quickly disappeared, without any expression. "The attainment formula is at the Holy Cliff." Yi Fan transmitted his voice, and told him the exact location. If the old madman was not willing to go, then so be it. He could not force him. Without a sound, the old madman disappeared, and there was no trace of him anymore. That is the divine land, and it has the secret of Tianxian. We actually saw it, but we can't get anything. Li Heishui was full of regret. "Little darling, how are you?" Yi Fan asked. "Little darling is fine, I just feel like I can remember a lot of things," the little girl answered obediently, and then she rubbed the color folder between her eyebrows. Swoosh! With a flash, the old madman appeared again, his messy hair covering his face. He followed behind Yi Fan, obviously to go with them. "If we can dig out such a god, we can do whatever we want in the East Barren territory." Li Heishui's heart beat rapidly, and he almost jumped up. Although he was transmitting his voice secretly, the old madman seemed to be able to hear him, and glanced at him. Yi Fan and his group left the Tianxian ruins, and bid farewell to Miracle Dr. Wang. Their destination was the Holy Cliff. This was a strange combination. A big dog was carrying a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade, a tall middle-aged man with disheveled hair whose facial features could not be seen, a dark and swarthy man, and a delicate and pretty young man who looked harmless to both humans and animals. When they walked together, it looked quite strange. Yi Fan did not let the big black dog carve a Dao pattern to cross to the Holy Cliff. He said he wanted to walk all the way. "Yi hei," Li Heishui murmured. He quickly understood Yi Fan's intention. Now that there was an invincible expert beside him, it would be unfair to the old madman if they crossed the void directly. The large black dog was also full of evil tricks, and he was a fox that borrowed the tiger's might to intimidate others. Now that there was a being that had lived for 6,000 years by his side, he decided to make good use of it. Ancient killer dynasty, world of men, don't you guys kill gods and Buddhas in your way? Come at me if you have the guts. Those sacred grounds and supreme sects won't be able to do anything even if they want to test us. I really hope those blind guys will come at me together. The big black dog shouted in his heart, and he was extremely happy. He had just walked out of the great wilderness, and he was already rushing to greet people, hoping to provoke a few sacred grounds. Chapter 481. Yi Fan and the others walked out of the mountain and came to the outside world. They immediately caused a commotion because 14 days had passed, and he was still alive. Isn't that the saint physique? The doctor said he had less than half a month to live, and he actually appeared again. Did he really sever his own cultivation and become an ordinary person? This is interesting. I wonder if those people will come to kill him? The Eastern Barren was vast and boundless. There were no signs of human habitation for millions of miles in the primitive area. The gathering places of humans were relatively concentrated, and the cities were usually connected, becoming a prosperous land. In the central area, the 10 ancient cities were 10 different centers. Large numbers of humans and beasts gathered in the surrounding areas. It was extremely densely packed. After Yi Fan and the others came out, they hadn't even entered an important city, but they already caused a heated discussion in an ordinary ancient city. There's no need to guess. He definitely severed his own cultivation. He's now a cripple. Who wants to test his current cultivation level? The combination of Yi Fan and the others was too strange. The big black dog and the little girl couldn't go unnoticed. Even if they hadn't seen them before, they could still guess. Who is that middle-aged man with disheveled hair? His messy hair even covers his face. He's too rude. Someone stared at the crazy old man, not treating him as a powerful cultivator at all. Everyone was paying attention and discussing. The saint physique was still alive, and he might have severed his own cultivation. This news spread like it had wings. Soon Yi Fan and the others arrived at the Hidden Moon ancient city. It was one of the 10 famous cities in the central area of the Eastern Barren, and it was the closest to the Merak ruins. In the center of this area, there were many supreme sects and ancient clans of the beasts scattered around the famous mountains and rivers. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to test how Yi Fan was doing. A few young men walked over, all wearing smiles. Isn't this brother Yi with the saint physique? I heard you were unwell. How are you now? One of them casually patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Who are you? Do we know each other? Yi Fan asked. We're just lone cultivators. How would brother Yi know us? The man laughed loudly. You're disciples of the Zifu sect, right? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Even the Purple Mansion saint didn't dare to pat his shoulder so casually. These disciples really treated him like a cripple who had destroyed his own cultivation. How did you know? These people's hearts skipped a beat. They felt somewhat uneasy. Judging from the purple glow in your eyes, you must be disciples of the Holy Land who cultivate purple chi from the east, said Yi Fan with a smile. They were relieved and continued to ask, Brother Yi survived a great disaster. I wonder if you've recovered now? His cultivation is half crippled, but he can still survive, Yi Fan said. Is that so? That's not good news. One of them revealed a smile. He increased his strength and slapped Yi Fan's shoulder. Are you tired of living? Li Heishui directly grabbed his arm and threw him out with a bang. You? What's the meaning of this? That disciple from the Purple Mansion sect became hostile on the spot and reprimanded angrily. I want to ask you what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to bully Yi Fan because his cultivation is half crippled? That's why you dare to be so rude? Li Heishui said coldly. The Purple Mansion saint is our senior brother, and we are disciples of the Holy Land. Are we not worthy of being friends with Brother Yi? One of them sneered. Brother Yi is of the same generation as us. Do you think we need to look up to him? Another person also sneered. After knowing that Yi Fan had destroyed his own cultivation, they didn't care anymore. Half a month ago, even your saint wouldn't dare to be so rude. If Yi Fan was at his peak, would you dare to test him like this? Li Heishui reprimanded. Has his sacred physique really been deified? Someone sneered with a look of disdain. Someone even said in a barely audible voice, "A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. He's already in such a state. Do you still think he's powerful? You talk a lot of nonsense. Don't you just think that Yi Fan is half crippled? I'll accompany you." The Black Emperor shouted. "So what if you're the Purple Mansion Saint's junior brother? Come at me together." The Purple Mansion Saint had been suppressed by Yi Fan before, and there were rumors that the Khanate sacred physique might be born. This made the Purple Mansion Saint extremely angry. If there were no accidents, the Saintess would be married to him. His junior brother naturally wanted to help her vent her anger. Thus, these people were very unfriendly. Serene Moon Ancient City was very close to the Purple Mansion's sacred land, so they rushed over immediately. What an arrogant dog. Skin it. Wasn't it always arrogant in the past? Today, its sacred physique is already crippled. Let's see what else it can rely on. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were not weak. They sneered and pressed forward together. They were prepared to kill the big black dog in front of Yi Fan. The big black dog didn't say much. He directly took out a mess of things and surrounded them. Starstones, divine blood soil, and other things shone brightly, sealing the sky. Ignorant juniors. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are the junior brother of the Purple Mansion Saint? I will beat you up. You stupid dog, can you do anything to us? They scolded. However, the color of their faces changed immediately. The surrounding scenery changed greatly. Everything became hazy, and everyone was sealed. Not long after, screams came from the formation. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were all knocked down. Li Heishui didn't say anything. He rushed in and dragged them out. He raised his big foot and kicked them violently. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples' bodies were sealed. They could only watch helplessly as the two big feet trampled on them. They screamed continuously. "You dare to do this to us? Do you know your head? I don't even want people like you to be my pet. Teaching you a lesson is already giving you face." The big black dog shouted. He personally rushed over. His big paw scratched back and forth. Every time, a few bones would be broken. In the ancient Moon City, everyone was dumbfounded. These were the Purple Mansion Saint's disciples, but they were actually beaten up like this. These people were really fierce. Wasn't his saint physique crippled? Why were the people around him still so fierce? This really made people speechless. Many people were muttering. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples screamed. They had never suffered such a big loss before. "I will send you to the Western Desert to become monks and temper your tempers." After beating them up, the big black dog opened the formation on the chessboard. With a flash of light, they were sent away. Everyone's heart jumped. Was this dog telling the truth? They were sent to the Western Desert? That was too exaggerated. F***ck, the formation is too strange. They all ran to the northern plains. The big black dog was extremely annoyed. It was obvious that he had done something unreliable again. Many of the surrounding cultivators didn't believe him. They felt that he was bragging. Only the crazy old man's empty eyes flashed. He stared at the formation a few times. "You have gone too far." At this moment, a cold voice traveled over. In a nearby tea house, a man in purple stood up and strode over. "Purple Mansion Saint," someone exclaimed. Apart from him, there was also a fair-skinned man walking over. It was Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect. He looked very gentle, and his smile was meaningful. "Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for half a month. I learned that this place is closest to Miracle Dr. Wang's seclusion, so I specially waited here for you to appear. I want to buy that divine sword." Zhao Fa was calm and composed. He walked over with the Purple Mansion Saint. His face was full of smiles, as if he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Yi Fan also smiled. This person was definitely not a kind person. At the Feng clan's banquet, little Nan Nan had heard him talking to someone. He wanted to steal the divine sword and was prepared to kill him. "I don't want to sell it yet. I want to exchange it for a saintly medicine." Yi Fan directly refused. Zhao Fa instantly looked unhappy. "Brother Yi, do you still need the divine sword now? Since you have severed your cultivation, you should sell it. What do you mean? Li Heishui questioned. The Purple Mansion Saint didn't say much. His eyes were very cold. He stood at the side and scanned the few of them. Zhao Fa opened his folding fan. He was calm and composed. He said coldly, I want to buy the divine sword for Brother Ye's own good. Otherwise, it will most likely attract disaster. Are you threatening us? Yi Fan asked. There was no anger in his voice. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? I'm just reminding Brother Yi that others might try to snatch it from you. You'd better sell it to me as soon as possible. Zhao Fa smiled very deeply. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. Your Qilin divine herb seed should still be there, right? Why don't you sell it to us as well? The Purple Mansion Saint and I are prepared to buy it together. I've already eaten the Qilin divine herb seed. I'm not selling the divine sword. If you have nothing else, leave, Yi Fan said indifferently. He really hated this person to the extreme. The other party was really bullying him because he was crippled. He actually started to threaten him and wanted to steal his treasures. It was really despicable. Zhao Fa's expression turned cold as he closed his fan with a sound. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Aren't you a bit too domineering? Where did you teleport my junior brothers to? The Purple Mansion Saint suddenly said. His expression was cold as he stared at the large black dog. We sent them to the northern plains. Do you want to reunite with them? Actually, going to the western desert is not a bad choice. You can become a monk, the large black dog teased. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He was not afraid at all. Brother Yi, you still don't know that you're in big trouble, right? Zhao Fa had a cold smile on his face. Do you want to attack me? Yi Fan smiled, looking very calm. Zhao Fa tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, Zhao Fa, am not that kind of person. What I want to tell you is that the Yin-Yang sect of the Middle State has come. Do you know what it means? Yi Fan's expression changed. He had killed the Yin-Yang holy maiden. This was definitely a grudge that could not be resolved. The other party would not let it go just like that. The Yin-Yang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State. They did not immediately retaliate mainly because they retreated due to the pressure from the various sacred grounds. This was because they had plundered the young prodigies of the various sects in the eastern wilderness. They had incurred great anger and could not continue staying here. Now they had come again? I heard that they had already arrived at the central region of the eastern wilderness 10 days ago. The Yin-Yang Holy Son came with the Yin-Yang sword on his back. He wanted to use this terrifying secret treasure to cut off your head. Zhao Fa chuckled and said, at that time, he did not know that you were going to sever your own cultivation. Now, it seems that there is no need for him to use the Yin-Yang sword. Afterward, he continued, they are a supreme sect of the Middle State. They are not very afraid of the supreme divine kings of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the divine king's fate is unknown. Other than that, I also heard that in order to kill you without fail and establish the prestige of the Yin-Yang sect, they sent a few supreme elders who do not have much time left. They are determined to cut off your head. Among them, there are half-step mighty figures and even real mighty figures who look down on the world. The Yin-Yang sect sent mighty figures to kill me? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he calmed down very quickly. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Now that the crazy owl was by his side, he was fearless. Even if the supreme sect leader of the Middle State came to kill him personally, he would definitely not be able to return alive. Brother Yi, if you sell the holy sword and the divine herb seed, I am willing to give you a way out. Zhao Fa was calm and unhurried as he said, at the very least, I can let you live for a very long time. I said that I am not selling the holy sword. I have already eaten the divine herb seed, Yi Fan said coldly. Brother Yi, you really know how to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I am completely sincere, but you do not appreciate it at all. Zhao Fa's face darkened. I don't want to sell it. Don't tell me you want to force me to buy it? Yi Fan stared at him. Brother Yi, you have to consider this carefully. Zhao Fa laughed coldly and then patted his shoulder. He actually spat out a trace of hidden force. This was a kind of ingenious hidden force. It would not be activated at the time, but it could cause one to vomit blood and be seriously injured afterward. He was clearly prepared to let Yi Fan suffer. Move your hand away. Yi Fan's face darkened. At the side, the Purple Mansion Saint watched all this coldly. He did not say anything. He did not interfere, nor did he help. Zhao Fei's expression stiffened. Brother Yi, you are too much. At this point, he lightly spat out a trace of hidden force, which passed through his palm and into Yi Fan's body. Scram. Yi Fan's expression turned cold as he stared at him. You want me to scram? Zhao Fei's expression was cold, and his hand froze. The others were also shocked. The divine doctor had already said that the divine physique could only survive by severing his own cultivation. He had also admitted it just now. They did not expect him to be so forceful. Many people did not know that Zhao Fei had spat out hidden force, so they were naturally shocked. They thought that Yi Fan was just being forceful because he disliked this person. You really do not appreciate my kindness. Brother Yi, you better not regret this. Zhao Fei laughed coldly and slightly trembled again. Forcefully buying my treasures is considered kindness? Spitting out hidden force into my body and worsening my injuries is considered kindness. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he suddenly waved his golden hand. Smith. The crisp sound was incomparably loud. Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and 6 or 7 teeth flew out. His entire body was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the divine physique supposed to sever his own cultivation? How did he send Zhao Fei flying with just one slap? Zhao Fei was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped up. However, at this moment, Yi Fan transformed into a beam of golden light. Using the Merak footwork, he rushed over and swung his golden palm again. Smith. Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and another 3 teeth flew out. His body was sent flying again and crashed into the wall. Chapter 482. Dong. Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth as he crashed into the tall wall behind him. His anger surged. Being slapped in the face in front of so many people and having his teeth knocked out made his lungs explode with anger. Chi! 9 streaks of sword radiance shot out from his mouth and turned into 9 colored rainbows that shot toward Yi Fan's body. They were gorgeous and magnificent, and killing intent surged out like the tide. These were 9 divine swords forged from different meteorites of different colors. All of them were only the length of a palm, but they were incomparably sharp. They pierced through the void and rushed out from nothingness like the 9 wings of a divine phoenix. They surged with endless auspicious colors and swept over. They looked beautiful and bewitching, but their killing intent soared into the heavens. They could sever one's soul and penetrate into one's bones, giving off an icy chill. Bang! Yi Fan's golden hand slapped out and covered all 9 different colored flying swords, causing them to tremble violently. Even the rarely seen meteorites of this world couldn't withstand this kind of power. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 colored swords were all caught in Yi Fan's hands. His golden fingers forcefully crushed them, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly as all of them broke. Then colorful iron powder fell from the gaps between his fingers. He had used the powerful force of his fingers to turn the divine swords into powder. Everyone was shocked. Did the saint physique really sever his own cultivation? This was too much nonsense. This news was a complete scam. Zhao Fei's expression changed as fear grew in his heart. He said, "You didn't sever your own cultivation." Yi Fan pressed forward with large steps. Every step he took caused the entire street to tremble. It was as if there was a huge drum beating between heaven and earth, ringing in everyone's heart. Zhao Fei's expression changed drastically. If Yi Fan didn't sever his own cultivation, even if he fought with all his might, it would be difficult for him to escape death. His mind was in chaos. Wang! Yi Fan rushed over when his emotions were unstable. His golden hand once again slashed down, turning into a golden millstone that slammed down. I really severed my own cultivation. His words carried a smile, but his attacks were ruthless. What? Zhao Fei was taken aback. But at such a close distance, there was no way for him to dodge. Thus, he braced himself and faced the attack. Clang. Yi Fan's millstone-like golden hand slammed half of Zhao Fei's body into the ground as if he was hammering an iron pole. Bang. Yi Fan struck again, causing Zhao Fei to see stars. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his body sank another foot. Everything below his chest had sunk into the ground. I've already said that I'll sever my cultivation base and become a half-cripple. At least I'll have some strength left to protect myself. Yet you bully me like this. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch at will? Yi Fan squatted down and mercilessly slapped Zhao Fei's face. With a crisp slap, another 2 or 3 of Zhao Fei's teeth fell out. He was so angry that he felt like his internal organs were on fire. I forgot to tell you in detail. Under the treatment of Miracle Dr. Wang, I did sever my own Dao fruit and fell from the 4 extreme secret realms. However, I still have the cultivation of the pinnacle Dao Palace realm. Yi Fan smiled brightly. Slap. Following which, he slapped Zhao Fei again, causing him to feel dizzy and spurt blood from his mouth. You're too impatient. You can't wait to snatch my sacred sword. Don't you understand that the rafters that stick out rot first? You've already fallen from the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhao Fei clenched his teeth. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. He seemed to have gained immense confidence. A beam of purple light shot out from his body like a huge purple dragon that shook the sky. Yi Fan laughed and his eyes turned even colder. He flipped his hand and pressed it down. You can't hold back anymore after knowing that my cultivation base isn't what it used to be? Don't you think about how close you are to me? Slap. His slap landed and Zhao Fei's teeth fell out. Mixed with blood, the purple light that rushed out from his body was forcefully pushed back. You'd better behave yourself since you're so close to me. Yi Fan slapped him again, causing his body to sink another half a foot. Only his head was left on the ground. Zhao Fei's expression was livid. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this in his life. He was so upset that he wanted to roar out loud. Originally, everything was under his control. He had come here to snatch the sacred sword. Unexpectedly, this was the result. He was smashed into the ground and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. He was slapped several times in succession. Enough, you've gone too far. The Purple Mansion Saint stood in the distance. His eyes were very cold as he stared at Yi Fan. Why didn't you say anything when Zhao Fei bullied Yi Fan just now? Li Heishui glanced at him and said coldly, if you want to fight for justice, come at me. The large black dog was even more direct. He shouted, do you want to side with that bastard? I'll accompany you. I don't mind taking in a saint as a human pet. At the side, everyone was speechless. Had the saint really severed his own life and entered the Dao Palace mystic realm? Why were the people around him so fierce? You teleported a few of my junior brothers to the foreign realm. I still haven't settled the score with you. The Purple Mansion Saint's expression was cold as he stared at the Black Emperor. Who's afraid of who? Come at me. Yi Fan stood up and looked at the Purple Mansion Saint. Do you really want to fight? All the saints were righteous. None of them had rashly attacked him. If the Purple Mansion Saint attacked, he would be the first. Since you severed your own cultivation and fell from the 4 extreme mystic realm, I won't bother with a half-cripple like you. The Purple Mansion Saint's eyes were cold. He didn't accept the challenge. Yi Fan smiled coldly. In the end, he was still a saint. He wouldn't attack without knowing the situation. He could still keep his composure. Die! Suddenly, Zhao Fei shouted. Purple light shot into the sky. Above his head, a huge star appeared. The purple light shone brightly and was extremely blinding. This was the only star, and it contained endless divine energy. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. It emitted a powerful dermic energy wave. Ziwei Imperial Star. Someone exclaimed. They didn't expect Zhao Fei to cultivate the Ziwei sect's divine technique and create the Ziwei Imperial Star. Once it broke, it could destroy a part of the world. Boom! Yi Fan's large golden hand reached out, transforming into a golden heavenly steel that descended. Terrifying divine force rippled outwards, and with a PU sound, it suppressed Ziwei Imperial Star. Rise! Zhao Fa shouted. However, Yi Fan's physical body was too strong. The giant hand that had turned into a golden heavenly steel pressed the Ziwei Imperial Star back into his head and forced the monstrous magic power back. Ah! Zhao Fa screamed in fear. If the Ziwei Imperial Star broke in his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Save me! Zhao Fa was truly terrified. He could no longer control himself. The purple star was about to be destroyed in his body. Didn't you want to steal my divine sword and harm my life? Why are you begging me now? Yi Fan looked down at him. Zhao Fa's head was left on the ground. His face was extremely pale. He said, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Save me. Bang. Yi Fan raised his leg and kicked out. A huge star was shaken out of Zhao Fa's head. It shot into the sky and exploded in the distant horizon. Endless purple light surged, and terrifying energy spread out. Even on the ground, one could feel the tsunami-like shockwaves. Although Zhao Fa was saved, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He had suffered such a great loss today. He wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Fan. Bang! He broke out of the ground and stood on the ground. He said coldly, Brother Yi, that's all for today. I'll visit you another day. Zhao Fa did not know Yi Fan's true strength, so he did not dare to act rashly. He wanted to figure out the situation first before acting ruthlessly. However, Yi Fan laughed. Like a ghost, his movements were extremely fast. He appeared in front of Zhao Fa, making it impossible for him to dodge. Then I won't send you off. Have a safe journey. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, just like what Zhao Fa had done in the past. Zhao Fa's expression immediately changed, and he quickly retreated. What did you do to me? Zhao Fa coughed up blood with each step he took. When he took 8 steps back, there was a shattering sound from within his body. He immediately cried out in pain. You crippled me? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He said, You tried to harm me time and time again. It's already good enough that you're still alive. Everyone was silent. A cultivator of the Ziwei school at the level of 4 extremities had been crippled by Yi Fan with just a lift of his hand. This was truly chilling. Had the sacred physique really severed his own cultivation? How could he still be so terrifying and powerful? If it was just in the Dao Palace mystic realm, he would be too fearless. You're so ruthless. Zhao Fa's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. You already wanted to kill me. Do you think I should still smile at you? The heavens are benevolent. Turn over a new leaf. With a single thought, Yi Fan crippled a genius of the younger generation. This shocked everyone. You are in the Dao Palace mystic realm. If you can take 3 attacks from me, I will turn around and leave. I will not make things difficult for you, the Purple Mansion Saint said coldly. Suddenly he shot a purple beam of light at Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan raised his fist to meet the attack, shattering it on the spot. Boom! A small purple pagoda appeared between the Purple Mansion Saint's brows. It pressed forward, emitting terrifying waves. A small golden cauldron directly rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows and smashed forward. The Purple Mansion Saint's expression changed. He retracted the small purple pagoda and retreated. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a huge purple energy wave shot forward. Boom! Yi Fan still used his golden fist to meet the attack. The ancient street shook violently, almost collapsing. Let's go! The Purple Mansion Saint turned and left. The other Purple Mansion disciples also followed suit. He is testing me. He finally can't hold back anymore. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Purple Mansion Saint did not manage to find out anything. He left decisively, not wanting to take the risk. On this day, the news spread like wildfire. The sacred body had severed his own cultivation, but he was not completely crippled. He still had peak Dao Palace cultivation. Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect had been careless and had been crippled. The Purple Mansion Saint tested him and finally left. Everyone was discussing this news. They wanted to know what kind of state Yi Fan was in. They did not believe the rumors. On the same day, Miracle Dr. Wang appeared. He said that what Yi Fan had said was true. He had already severed his own life. At the same time, he revealed that if Yi Fan wanted to risk his life, he could occasionally use the battle prowess of the 4 extreme secret realms. The price was that he would lose his life force. He could not use it more than 10 times. This was something that Yi Fan and Miracle Dr. Wang had already discussed. They did not want to say too much. Otherwise, if he used the 4 extreme secret realms, he would be exposed immediately. However, he was not very worried. If he obtained the 9 secrets Xing character mantra, he would no longer have to worry. With this movement technique, he could go anywhere in the world without fear of being killed. If this news were to spread, not to mention others, even the saints would not be able to hold themselves back. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Li Heishui glanced at Yi Fan and then at the crazy old man behind him. If you want to test me or kill me, just come. Yi Fan smiled. The ancient killer celestial court is most likely going to appear. They have probably received many requests, the big black dog said. The saints were very calm and had not taken any action. However, many disciples of the Holy Lands had appeared. They came to test Yi Fan's situation. A storm was brewing. He was a pawn to test the waters. Soon, news spread that the Yin Yang saint was carrying a secret treasure, the Yin Yang sword. He was heading south, preparing to cut off the head of the sacred physique Yi Fan. There were several Grand Supreme Elders following him. They were about to arrive. At the same time, the elders of Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect were furious. They traveled through the night toward Yue City to suppress Yi Fan. Chapter 483. Yue City was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about the state of the divine physique. Everything about Yi Fan had become the hottest topic of the day. He still killed himself in the end. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak of the Holy Ji Palace. He could have looked down on the younger generation, but what a pity, all the saints can heave a sigh of relief. Now, they don't have to show up personally. They can just send their juniors to suppress the divine physique. In the end, he still can't go against the heavens. Even the peerless divine king can't repair his broken path. Looks like the curse of the divine physique can never be truly broken. Everyone believed Miracle Dr. Wang's words. In the central region of the eastern wilderness, no one could surpass him in terms of medical skills. This became the most convincing evidence. Almost everyone believed it because there was nothing to doubt about it. The dignified divine doctor of this generation was an almighty being. How could he possibly lie? Zhao Fa is so unlucky. He wanted to steal Yi Fan's weapon, but he forgot that he has the divine physique. Although he killed himself, his physical body hasn't changed. This guy has a silver tongue. He deserves it. Who told him to be so blind as to want to steal someone else's artifact? Many people were discussing this matter. There were few who sympathized with Zhao Fa. At the same time, they were suspicious of the Purple Mansion Saint's decision to retreat without a fight. They thought he was being too cautious. Something big is going to happen. The Yin Yang Saint is entering Yue City. It's said that he's already here. The next day, this news spread and caused a commotion. Many cultivators were waiting anxiously. The supreme sect of the middle ground was finally coming. A saint carrying the Yin Yang sword was going to chop off the head of the divine physique. This was definitely going to cause a huge storm. There would definitely be endless waves. Finally, a saint is going to make a move. Yi Fan is in danger now. He's no longer as powerful as he was half a month ago. Any saint can suppress him. The Yin Yang sword is a secret treasure of the sect. It can split the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the sea. It has endless power. Even the divine physique may not be able to block it. All the cultivators in Yue City were discussing, waiting for this huge wave to happen. But someone sent news that Yi Fan and the others had left the ancient city. The holy body has left. Is he finally afraid? His cultivation is not as good as before, so he can only hide. It's a pity that there's nowhere for him to hide no matter how big the world is. Unless a supreme god king returns, no one can save him, said Jianchen. Everyone knew how powerful the Yin Yang sect was. It was comparable to the Middle Plains Immortal dynasty and definitely not weaker than the Eastern Barren Territory's Holy Lands. Their saintess had been killed in the Eastern Barren Territory and they would not let it go easily. Yi Fan and the others had indeed left Serene Moon City. They were heading north at a steady pace, preparing to head for the holy cliff that was close to the northern region. I say, little Yi, don't you want to destroy the Yin Yang sect? Why don't you wait for them to come? Li Heishui asked. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. We've always been very low-key. We won't be as arrogant as them. Yi Fan laughed. You dug a hole and waited for people to jump in, yet you still act like this. You really are evil. Li Heishui said disdainfully. You can't say that. I really want to be quiet and not cause big trouble. The key is whether they want to kill me or not. Yi Fan smiled. Why hasn't the ancient god dynasty of killers, the world of mortals, come yet? The large black dog muttered. He wished that all the major forces would jump out and then be killed by the crazy owl with a single slap. Yi Fan glanced at the crazy owl behind him. His heart skipped a beat as he thought of a certain possibility. This god had been silent all this time. Would he intervene at the critical moment? Thinking of this, his heart was pounding. He had been taking the crazy owl's battle prowess into consideration. At the critical moment, if this god did not intervene, it would be too late for him to cry. Senior, we're going to the Holy Cliff to look for the 9 esoteric Xing character. We might encounter a lot of trouble. Please save us at the critical moment. The crazy owl had a majestic appearance. His black hair fell over his shoulders, covering his bronze face. Only a pair of hollow eyes could be vaguely seen. He was very silent and did not say anything. God, you have to intervene when the time comes. The large black dog also shuddered. Thinking of the critical question, he felt uneasy all over. Uncle, can you protect us? Little Nan Nan tugged at the bottom of the crazy owl's trousers and raised her tender little face. She looked at him hopefully and called for Yi Fan. The crazy owl did not say anything. He only glanced at her. He was still like a block of wood, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. He actually escaped. How disappointing. His divine physique is only SOS. He's just a coward. In Serene Moon City, the Yin Yang saint sneered. The onlookers were all shocked. They felt a kind of aura of the great Tao. Black and white Tao power swirled around him, as if the chaos was surging when the heavens were opened. The Yin Yang saint was tall and slender. His face was like jade, and he wore a purple-gold crown on his head. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and he carried a black and white divine sword on his back. It was as unfathomable as the sea. They're heading all the way north. It's not too late to catch up now. Someone wanted to see the world in chaos, and secretly transmitted a message to remind him. He can't escape from me. This time, I've come to the Eastern Barren Territory to cut off his head. The Yin Yang Saint's sword will not return until it drinks blood. The Yin Yang Saint said coldly. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the distant north. Then he soared into the sky. His entire person actually turned into a yin-yang diagram, imprinting itself in the void. Like lightning, he disappeared into the northern horizon in the blink of an eye. This yin-yang saint is terrifying. He's merged his body with his Tao. This kind of extreme speed is rare in this world. As expected of the saint of a supreme sect in the middle state. It looks like he's only above our Eastern Baron saint and not below them. Many people's hearts trembled. They all felt the terrifying power of the middle state. If even their disciples were like this, then the power of sect masters could be imagined. Chase after him. Let's go and take a look. That's right. How can we miss such a huge event? Many cultivators in US City all chased after him, wanting to witness the upcoming battle. Many people felt that the sacred physique was doomed. Finally, they caught up with Yi Fan's group after 5,000 miles. This place was not far from a city, but it was still in the wilderness. Yi Fan, give me your life. The yin-yang saint roared. The yin-yang diagram that he had turned into cut off the path ahead. The void collapsed. Swoosh. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of them. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood proudly in the void. He looked down at Yi Fan's group with a murderous aura. This yin-yang saint is very powerful. He's merged his body with his Tao. Ordinary saints can't chase after us like this. Li Heishui was shocked. Are you here to take my life? Yi Fan stood in the wilderness and looked up at the sky. His voice was very calm. The yin-yang saint sneered disdainfully. I originally wanted to cut off your head with my sacred sword, but you've already become a piece of trash. Since you're not here to kill me, please leave. Yi Fan interrupted him. If I use my sacred sword to kill you again, I'm really afraid that your blood will stain it. This sword doesn't kill nameless pawns below the 4 extreme mystery realm. The yin-yang saint sneered continuously. He looked down at Yi Fan and said coldly, I'll just kill you directly. Woof. The large black dog hated this kind of thing the most. He shouted, Human pet, what are you being so arrogant for? I'll kill you in a moment. The people of Yuyue City arrived one after another. When they heard the dog's words, they instantly felt a little dizzy. The yin-yang saint was a top elite of the younger generation. He had an illustrious status. In the middle state, he was surrounded by people like the stars around the moon. He was on equal footing with the successors of the everlasting celestial dynasty. However, at this moment, a large dog was saying that he wanted to take him as a human pet. This was really unbearable. Why is this dog still alive? F*CK, I've heard of him in the North region. He's even more famous than the sacred physique. That's right. The legend of the North region's evil dog refers to him. Reckless dog. I'll skin you later. The yin-yang saint's expression was cold. His gaze was as threatening as a knife. Little Yi has already sent your saint on her way. As the saint, do you want to reunite with her? Li Heishui's mouth had always been unforgiving. Ignorant fool. You're about to die and you're still clamoring. Reckless. Without a sound, 2 elders appeared beside the yin-yang saint. They looked at Yi Fan and the others with disdain. Old farts, who are you talking about? The large black dog bared his teeth. Oh no, these are 2 great elders. Their abilities have reached the 8th tier of the dragon realm. Li Heishui said softly. He gasped. Ignorant junior, you've realized too late. Today, none of you will live. I'll use your blood to wash away the dust on our journey. The eyes of the 2 elders were sharp. Their white hair danced in the wind. They were like 2 old lions, staring at weak prey. They smiled coldly, revealing their white teeth. Yi Fan definitely could not fight against a strong cultivator at the 8th tier of the dragon realm. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Didn't your half-almighty, or even the real almighty, come? Where are they? Yi Fan asked. Ignorant little beast. Is it worth a few respected Grand Supreme Elders to deal with you? One of the elders laughed coldly. The few Grand Supreme Elders of the Yin-Yang sect who did not have much time left had indeed come to the central region of Eastern Wilderness. However, they did not show themselves at the scene. They felt that killing these people would be an insult to their status. Uncle. Little Nan Nan pouted timidly. She raised her head and grabbed Crazy Ole's trousers, shaking them gently. Everything started because of this little girl. Otherwise, the saint wouldn't have died. We can't let her go either. We'll capture her and make her a slave. Another elder's eyes were cold. Yin-Yang Saint took a big step forward. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, I'll kill the divine body first. I'll deal with them later. You want to kill me? I wonder if you have the ability to do so, Yi Fan said calmly. Since you're already half-crippled, I'll kill you with one hand. Yin-Yang Saint extended his left hand. It was as black as ink. He said, I'll grind you into minced meat. Yi Fan walked up to the sky step by step, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Golden blood chi shot up into the sky like thousands of dragons. His jet-black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Essence chi surged all over his body. He was like an immortal Holy Spirit. It was as if he had walked out from ancient times. Everyone could not help but shudder. Die, you piece of trash! Yin-Yang Saint shouted. His left hand, which was as black as ink, pressed down like a dark cloud. Boom! The entire sky darkened. The terrifying aura almost caused many people to collapse to the ground. It was as if an unparalleled demon king had been born. Heaven and earth were collapsing. Boom! At the same time, Yi Fan also made his move. His left hand was like black jade. It evolved into the extreme Yin divine point of the Tai Chi divine diagram. Chapter 484. The Tai Chi divine diagram was mysterious and unfathomable. This was the mark carved by the ancient people after their understanding of the Tao had been refined to the extreme. There were supreme mysteries that were difficult to describe. No one in the world could explain exactly how complicated the great Tao was. Yi Fan had only glimpsed a clue, and it was just the initial evolution. There was still endless room for comprehension. Boom! The sky collapsed on the spot, forming an unfathomable black hole that swallowed everything. Even the minds of the spectators were about to be swallowed. Kacha, black cracks spread out one after another, rushing into the distance. With the black hole as the center, it crushed all things. It represented the source of destruction. Yi Fan's left hand shone with black light, becoming the extreme Yin, divine point of the Tai Chi diagram. It evolved into a tangible mark of the great Tao, possessing the power to destroy all things. Boom! This was a terrifying collision. The two of them displayed their supreme sacred techniques right from the start. The great Tao of Yin and Yang against the great Tao of Tai Chi. There were many similarities between the two. The difference was the 2 points of the Tai Chi divine diagram. The Yang diagram contained a bit of extreme Yin, and the Yin diagram contained a bit of extreme Yang. Such a slight difference described the great Tao for billions of miles. There were completely different evolutions, and the results obtained were even more different. Rumble, the void kept collapsing, and energy surged violently. This was similar to the collision of the great Tao, and it greatly affected both of them. Because the two great Taos had similarities, they also had completely different evolutions. They both held their breaths and did their best to resist. This was no longer a contest of strength. Instead, it was a contest of their understanding of the great Tao and the persistence of their beliefs. What they cultivated was the supreme great Tao. This was their unshakable confidence. Boom! The black hole formed by Yi Fan's left hand destroyed everything and swallowed everything. It was even more unfathomable than the deep sea. The black sky formed by Yin-Yang Saint's left hand covered everything. It was as tall as a mountain and as wide as the earth, but it was cracking and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Boom! Finally, with a loud sound, the black sky collapsed. It was destroyed by the extreme Yin divine point formed by Yi Fan's left hand. Everything ceased to exist. Yin-Yang Saint screamed. His black hair was in a mess as he was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his blade-like eyes revealed a trace of fear. On the other side, Yi Fan didn't move at all. His entire body was covered in golden blood qi that shot up into the sky. His entire body seemed to be forged from divine gold, like an ancient battle saint. 4 extreme secret realms. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them revealing shocked expressions. They all felt that this was a bit inconceivable. Didn't he sever his own cultivation? How can he still have such terrifying combat strength? Could it be that what miracle Dr. Wang said wasn't true? The crowd was bewildered and many of them revealed fear. This was especially true for the disciples of the various holy lands. Many of them had followed him here just to find out the truth about Yi Fan's situation. All of them frowned. He should have severed his own cultivation. Someone recalled the other words of miracle Dr. Wang. If Yi Fan were to risk his life, he could display the combat strength of the 4 extreme secret realms. However, he would have to exhaust his endless lifespan. He could at most have 10 life and death battles in his life before he died. Yin-Yang Saint's eyes were extremely cold. He said coldly, "Since you want to risk your life, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you see my true strength." Boom! He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His body erupted with an unparalleled radiance that no one could look directly at. He was like a black and white sun burning fiercely, illuminating the entire wasteland. An unparalleled and powerful aura pierced through the sun like a divine rainbow and flooded the 9 heavens like a tsunami. He was like a god who had broken free from his shackles and broke out from hell. At this moment, Yin-Yang Saint emitted a terrifying aura. It was extremely dangerous. Black and white fog emanated from his body, as though chaos was surging. He sealed his combat strength previously and has actually broken through to the dragon transformation realm. This is the yin-yang seal technique of the supreme sex of the middle ground. He usually suppresses himself in order to make continuous breakthroughs. He is already a top-notch young expert in the first transformation of the dragon transformation. Everyone took a step back. They were all very shocked. This was definitely a frightening figure. He was almost invincible among his peers. Yin-yang Saint wore a purple-gold crown on his head and carried the yin-yang sword on his back. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were sharp. Standing in the air, he was like a celestial being that had descended to the world. He was extremely intimidating. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his combat strength to the peak and said, "I only have 10 chances to display the cultivation of the 4 extreme secret realms in the latter half of my life. I've already sworn to kill a saint-level figure in a battle. Otherwise, I would not be able to live up to the life force I lost." Everyone gasped. He only had 10 chances in a lifetime, and he had to kill a saint-level figure every time. The sacred physique was really terrifying. Yin-yang Saint's eyes turned cold. "You have no chance. I will use your sacred blood to wash my sword and sacrifice to the saint's soul." There were not many young experts in the dragon transformation realm in the current world. There were only a few in the eastern wilderness now. Yin-yang Saint was as unfathomable as the ocean. First, there was Hua Yunfei. Then there was the little Peng King. Now there is Yin-yang Saint. It seems that all the saints are feeling a sense of urgency. If they don't enter the dragon transformation realm, I'm afraid no one will casually make a move. Everyone was shocked. They were all discussing. Wrong. Maybe those chosens have already reached this mystic realm. They are just holding back. Everyone could not calm down. The sacred physique had appeared and even fought the young experts in the dragon transformation realm. This created an extremely tense pressure on the people of the same generation. Now, if one wanted to compete with the younger generation, it would be difficult to stand out without breaking through to this realm. This little bastard has actually raised his combat strength to the 4 extreme secret realms. Let me take his life. There is no need to waste time. Behind him, the 2 old men spoke almost at the same time and walked forward. No need. Killing him will dirty the hands of the 2 great elders. I will kill him. Yin-yang Saint smirked. The 2 old men shook their heads and pressed forward. One of them said, "We came to the eastern wilderness to take his head. It is the same no matter who kills him." They treated Yi Fan as a piece of meat on a chopping board. His life and death were in their hands. They did not think it was difficult at all. Their eyes were filled with contempt. At this moment, the killing intent they released was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan felt a strong pressure and could not help but frown. "Don't bully big brother." Little Nan Nan grabbed the old crazy man's trousers. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was very worried. "Little girl, everything started because of you. You cannot escape the fate of being a Yin slave in this life." A cold person looked over. "It is Nan Nan's fault. It has nothing to do with big brother." Little Nan Nan looked at them timidly and fearfully. "Don't worry, Nan Nan. They are nothing." Yi Fan smiled peacefully. He comforted the little girl and told her not to worry. "2 great elders, there is no need to do anything. I have made up my mind to kill him with my own hands." Yin-yang Saint was very arrogant. Ever since the Holy Maiden was killed, he, as a saint, had been suppressing a towering fury. These days, he felt very uncomfortable facing the princes of the middle ground and the saints of the supreme sections. He would always feel strange gazes. Only by killing the Holy Maiden with his own hands could he sweep away all the shame. "Then let this old man kill these idlers first." The 2 old men stared at Li Heishui and the large black dog. Then, they looked at the old crazy man and little Nan Nan with killing intent. "This little girl is beautiful, but unfortunately, she does not have a good memory. She can only be a Yin maiden." The 2 of them stepped forward. The void trembled, and the pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Slurp. Slurp. The large black dog and Li Heishui were extremely slippery. They hid behind the old crazy man immediately. They did not say a word and only looked at him provocatively. "I will send you on your way." One of the old men sneered mercilessly. He reached out with his hand and covered everyone below. "Uncle!" Little Nan Nan was about to cry. She pushed the old crazy man's thigh again. The majestic old crazy man finally reacted. A light flashed across his empty eyes. He looked down at little Nan Nan, then picked her up and put her on his shoulder. "You have a death wish." One of the great elders smiled coldly. His hand reached down and grabbed the top of the old crazy man's head. The old man really thinks that he has lived too long. The large black dog shook his head from behind. The great elder of the Yin-Yang sect had a malicious look in his eyes. He sneered coldly, "Die, all of you." His hand was about to land on the old crazy man's head. However, the old crazy man did not move. He only looked up at him. Two rays of light flashed across his empty eyes. "Ah!" This great elder cried out on the spot. With a putong sound, he fell from the sky, no longer moving. His eyes were wide open, full of fear. He completely lost his life. My God, what happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not know what had happened. It seems that the 8th dragon transformation cultivator was killed by that strange man with disheveled hair. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what had happened. "You," the other great elder roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a bronze pagoda. It grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on the old crazy man. However, the old crazy man still did not move. He looked forward and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. Boom! The whole pagoda collapsed and turned into dust. It no longer existed. At the same time, the first elder could only let out a scream before he fell from the sky. His legs kicked against the ground and he died. This time, everyone saw it clearly. They were all terrified. The two 8th dragon transformation cultivators were killed by the strange man with disheveled hair. "Who are you?" In the darkness, another old man appeared. He did not dare to come over. He pointed at a few people and shouted, "Just you wait. I'll go and invite a few grand elders. None of you will live. Let's see how you can compete with a great elite." "So what if you're a great elite? If you have the guts, invite your supreme sect leader as well." The large black dog shouted. His grin almost reached the base of his ears. "Just you wait." The old man glanced at the old crazy man and flew away. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who is this strange man with disheveled hair? Why is he so terrifying? How powerful is he? He killed two 8th dragon transformation cultivators with a single stare. This is like a fairy tale. Everyone was shocked. They were all shocked. This was beyond their imagination. Everyone's heart was pounding. At this time, Yi Fan and the Yin-Yang Saint were in the middle of a fierce battle. The Yin-Yang Saint noticed the situation here. His heart beat rapidly and he wanted to escape. That strange man gave him goosebumps. However, Yi Fan locked onto him. He sneered and said, "I've said it before. Once I use the cultivation of the 4 supreme mystery realms, a saint will definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll kill you today." The Yin-Yang Saint shouted. With a clang, he pulled out the Yin-Yang Holy Sword. This area seemed to be frozen, becoming a sword realm that belonged to only one person. Yin and Yang energies circulated, and endless killing intent soared into the sky. "You're here indeed. None of you can leave today." A long shout came from the distance. A dozen or so figures quickly approached. The great elites of the Yin-Yang sect had not arrived yet, but the elders of the Ziwei sect had already appeared. Obviously, they had come for Zhao Ifan. Capture them all. Apart from the divine physique, kill them all. None of them can escape. A white-haired old man revealed his killing intent. Swoosh. A dozen or so extremely powerful figures quickly surrounded the old crazy man and the others. All of them were filled with killing intent. There were actually half-step great elites among them. Chapter 485. The people from the Ziwei Star sect arrived first. Their aura was strong, and they surrounded Crazy Ol's group. All of them were murderous. The old man in the lead had white hair and beard. He was a half-step cultivator. He was bony, but he was hale and hearty. His eyes shone like little suns. How dare you cripple a disciple of the Ziwei Star sect? One of the old men had a fiery temper. He stared at Li Heishui's group, his tone cold. Little Nan Nan was a little scared. She sat nervously on Crazy Ole's shoulder and whispered, "Grandpa, it was your people who wanted to kill Big Brother first. Little girl, what do you know?" The old man didn't even look at her. He stared at Li Heishui, the big black dog Crazy Ole, and Yi Fan not far away. His eyes were as cold as ice. "You're all dead." Another old man was even more direct. He pointed at Li Heishui and Crazy Ole. It could be said that the people from the Ziwei Star sect were extremely powerful. After arriving, they surrounded the meat on the chopping block, in their eyes. It was as if they had the power to kill them and could take their lives with a single thought. At this time, the big black dog was so excited that he wanted to shout. He dug his claws into the ground. He didn't show any fear in the face of so many experts. Instead, he grinned evilly. Then, he said directly, "You really want to kill us? Only a dozen people don't seem to be enough. You should at least invite 1 or 2 true cultivators." The dozen or so people were all experts, especially the old man who was a half-step cultivator. Hearing his words, his face immediately darkened. This was a naked provocation. A half-step cultivator leading so many experts was enough to deal with the terrifying figures of the older generation, let alone the younger generation. How arrogant! One of them was extremely cold. His expression was even more frightening. "It's a bit difficult for you people to come and kill us. Listen to me, hurry up and leave," Li Heishui teased. Li Heishui mocked with ill intentions. "Go and invite your supreme sect master over. Otherwise, it really won't be enough." "Ignorant juniors. You are not strong, yet you speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" The people from the Ziwei school could not stand the two of them. At this moment, the 2 black-hearted fellows felt refreshed and wanted to howl towards the sky. Hearing this, they both chuckled and didn't say anything else. "Kill them. Kill them immediately. Don't waste a moment." One of the Grand Elders had a gloomy expression, and he was the first to make a move and pounced forward. His right hand flashed with purple light, and a large purple star spun between his fingers. This was the Ziwei Imperial Star that he had cultivated, and it was the embodiment of his cultivation. The huge purple star quickly enlarged, covering the entire sky in an instant. It was like a huge mountain falling down. Boom! A monstrous divine power surged like a purple ocean, causing the spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. The absolute peak of Dragon Realm had attacked with all his might, and it was obvious that he was prepared to destroy the few of them. The large black dog and Li Heishui had a tacit understanding. They both hid behind the old madman's back and used their gazes to provoke the dozen elites of the Ziwei sect. The old madman didn't say anything. He stood there like a tall wooden pillar and didn't even look at these people. It was as if he had been petrified. Boom! The huge purple star pressed down, and a vast sea of divine power surged down, completely drowning this place. However, the endless purple light was extinguished in front of the old madman. It was like a candle in the wind, quickly extinguishing. Moreover, after the huge purple star fell, it disappeared in front of the old madman's body. Who is this? The elite from the Ziwei sect was stunned. Kill! The others who came forward with him also made their moves. Their hands were all shining brightly as they took out all kinds of ancient star treasures and turned them into a meteor shower. This place was silently collapsing. All kinds of light fell like raindrops, but none of this could harm a single hair on the old madman's body. He just stood there without moving, completely ignoring the many treasures. All the terrifying weapons were shattered in front of his ancient clothes. Without a sound, all the ancient treasures were turned into powder. They couldn't move an inch. Who are you? The people who came forward were shocked. They stepped back, all pale with fright. The old madman was very burly, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. His hair was disheveled, and his empty eyes glanced at them. Then he suddenly waved his sleeve. In an instant, a strong wind blew. The 4 powerhouses were swept up into the sky like withered leaves. Then, they disappeared without a trace, disappearing into the boundless horizon. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were elites at the peak of the dragon realm, but they were sent flying with a wave of a sleeve. They turned into small black dots and disappeared into the horizon. Who knew how many miles they were sent flying? In any case, after they were slapped away, they did not fly back. This result made everyone speechless and speechless. What kind of elite was this? Like swatting flies, he had sent these elites flying with a wave of his sleeve. They couldn't fly back at all. Who is this god? Where did he come from? Why is he so terrifying? My God, did I see wrongly just now? He ignored the attacks of elites at the peak of the dragon realm. With a wave of his sleeve, those people disappeared. This is too scary. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators were dumbfounded. Their jaws almost hit the ground. They were all dumbfounded. They had already seen the power of the old madman before. He stared at a cultivator at the 8th transformation of the dragon realm to death. Now they saw his power again. Everyone was scared from head to toe. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. They couldn't guess what realm he was at. Don't tell me it's the legendary old holy master? Someone was horrified, producing this type of thought. The people from the Ziwei Star School were stunned. He was just a weirdo with disheveled hair. He looked to be around 40 years old. How could he be so terrifying? Who are you? What's your name? The people from the Ziwei Star School asked, but they were clearly not confident. Could he really be an old divine lord who came from the great desolate plateau? The expression of the half-step divine lord of the Ziwei Star School was stern, but a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said to himself, there can't be such a person. An old divine lord who went to prolong his life. No one has ever walked out of the forbidden land alive. He suddenly raised his head and said, Friend, who are you? A true great divine lord's magic power was monstrous. They could dominate the world. They were all lords and divine lords. No one could stop them. The entire land belonged to them because they were the masters of the great inheritances. They were many times more powerful than the half-step divine lords. The old madman didn't respond. He stood there motionlessly like a tower. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. He couldn't move at all. You are too arrogant. The Ziwei Star School is the supreme sect of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even if you are a great divine lord, you shouldn't underestimate us. The old madman was unmoved. He didn't react at all, but the large black dog couldn't stay still. He shouted, The Ziwei Star School is nothing. Unless your leader comes in person, you don't have the guts to boast so shamelessly. The half-step divine lord's face turned cold. He stood there motionlessly. After a long time, he said darkly, In this world, sometimes being powerful can't solve problems. What's going on? Why do I feel dizzy? Li Heishui suddenly shouted. Damn, I also feel a bit powerless. The large black dog also bared his teeth. Little Nan Nan also feels dizzy. Little Nan Nan was a bit dizzy. She almost fell from the old madman's shoulder. The half-step divine lord sneered. I said, sometimes in this world, just having power is not enough. What did you do? Li Heishui shouted. The powder of the Ziwei star flower can poison even a divine lord to death. Both his body and soul will be destroyed. You can all go on your way. The half-step divine lord's expression was cold. He had been subdued by crazy Ol and was terrified. That was why he resorted to unscrupulous means to use the forbidden emperor pollen to kill everyone. The Ziwei starflower is actually such a peerless poison. It's said that in the distant past, it caused a shocking tragedy. Many divine lords were poisoned to death at the same time in a grand meeting. This is a terrifying demonic flower. He actually used such a method. Everyone was shocked. They all retreated for their lives, afraid to come into contact with even a little bit of it. If that happened, they would be crippled. If the large black dog and Li Heishui hadn't eaten the divine fruit from the forbidden ancient land, and if it wasn't for little Nan Nan's special body, they would have already become a puddle of blood. Even so, they couldn't bear it anymore. They swayed and almost fainted. Uncle. Little Nan Nan called out to the old madman in a daze. The people of the Ziwei Star School were shocked. The Ziwei star flower didn't poison them to death immediately. It was really frightening. They all felt that something was wrong. The old madman glanced at little Nan Nan and used his hand to touch the space between her eyebrows. The seven-colored dot of light immediately flowed with divine light. Little Nan Nan woke up on the spot. She was completely fine. Then, the old madman slapped the large black dog and Li Heishui. Their bodies shook violently, and a blazing purple light gushed out from each of their bodies. They cried out one after another. Then they completely recovered. They didn't feel any discomfort at all. Their energy surged, and they weren't injured in the slightest. The people of the Ziwei Star School are so ruthless. They even used this method. The people in the distance discussed. They all felt a chill. Go! The half-step divine lord of the Ziwei Star School shouted. He was the first to fly out, wanting to escape. The old madman's performance filled him with fear. Senior, you can't let them go. They are too evil. They should be killed. Li Heishui called out. Without a sound, the old madman stretched out a large hand. In an instant, it reached the horizon. He seemed to be dissatisfied with this kind of evil method, and he really made his move. This was a shocking scene. The people of the Ziwei Star School flew who knew how many miles. They turned into small black dots and were about to disappear at the end of the boundless horizon. But the old madman's large hand reached out and covered the entire sky. This hand was just too big, reaching several dozen li when it reached out, filling up the limits of the heavenly dome, carrying with it endless transformations. Ah! The half-step divine lord roared. The mountains and rivers shook. Many mountains below were about to collapse. His body expanded and he stood tall, wanting to resist this large hand. Bang! But it was useless. The old madman's large hand grabbed him. The powerful half-step divine lord struggled with all his might. However, he used thousands of methods and tens of thousands of divine abilities, but it was of no use. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. With a poof, the half-step divine lord turned into a bloody mist in the large hand. He turned into dust and no longer existed. The old madman let go of his hand. The void shook slightly, and the world collapsed. The chaotic mist was faintly discernible. It was as if the world was being created. The people of the Ziwei Star School were drowned in it. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-step almighty, yet he was crushed to death by this disheveled-haired man. This was simply too shocking. Heavens, is he a saint? How can there be such a terrifying person in the world? That was a half-step divine lord. He could look down on the Eastern Barren territory, but he was crushed to death like an ant. Is he still human? How can there be such a powerful person in the world? Everyone was shocked. Everyone was almost trembling. The old madman's strength was beyond their imagination. Chapter 486. The crazy old's strength left everyone speechless. Even a powerful half-step cultivator had been crushed to death by him. Who else in this world could rival him? The word ancient has been added to the ancient saint, which means that he can't be seen in this world anymore. But why does he look like a saint? Is he really a living saint? This is just too shocking. Even in ancient times, there were very few saints. But now, a living person has appeared? Everyone was stunned. It was difficult to guess the crazy old's level, so they used ancient saints to measure him. That giant hand just now was too shocking. It reached out for dozens of miles and covered the entire world. Who else in this world could do that? It was like an ancient saint had come to this world. At this moment, the happiest and most excited person was the big black dog. He grinned all the way to his ears and snickered slyly. His 4 big paws dug into the ground and his square head shook back and forth. Li Heishui was shocked but also chuckled. The god beside him was too powerful. No one could withstand a pat from him. With such a person standing beside him, he would be absolutely confident and fearless even if he faced the emperor of the Central Plains' eternal celestial dynasty. Uncle. Little Nan Nan's big black eyes were also blinking. She also felt the power of the crazy owl. She sat on his shoulder and called out softly. At this moment, the crazy owl did not say anything. He was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people, making him look extremely imposing and tall, like an immortal demon. Thick black hair draped over his chest and back, covering his bronze-colored face. He did not emit any aura, so his level could not be sensed. The more it was like this, the more mysterious he seemed. Everyone had seen that he had displayed unparalleled combat strength, which was awe-inspiring. On the other side, Xianxia's intestines were green with regret. That strange person nearby was like a divine master, making him shudder with fear. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to kill them. Although the crazy owl might not attack him, he still frightened him. At this moment, he had fought with Yi Fan for more than 500 rounds. His attacks had not been able to take down Yi Fan for a long time, and he was gradually getting irritated. It had to be said that Xianxia was indeed very powerful. Among the younger generation, he was one of the few top figures who had attained the first transformation of the dragon transformation. However, he couldn't suppress Yi Fan. After fighting for a long time, he couldn't kill his opponent at all. The other party's golden blood energy rushed into the sky and seemed inexhaustible. This made him feel quite apprehensive. Clang. The sacred sword in the Xianxia's hand shone with black and white light. It seemed to be able to cut through time and space. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Every time the sword slashed out, not only would the void be sliced open, even time seemed to freeze. Every time it slashed out, it would bring great pressure to Yi Fan. Although this Yin-Yang sword was only a Holy Lord-level weapon, it had a great background. It was the personal weapon of every Holy Son, and it possessed unfathomable power. Qi! The black sword light pressed down like a mountain. The power of nothingness surged, almost imprisoning Yi Fan in the sky. This was the strange power of space it displayed. Clang! Following that, the white sword light gushed out and vibrated like ripples. There was a vast expanse of whiteness, and time seemed to have frozen. It was extremely terrifying. Time did not stop. Instead, the domain emitted by the Yin-Yang sword was twisting. Some kind of great path rules were evolving, creating a strong illusion. If Yi Fan hadn't cultivated the divine eye, he would really have fallen into a terrifying situation. Even so, he had to face the battle with caution. Clang! Yi Fan's golden fist broke through the void and landed heavily on the Yin-Yang sword. The impact numbed the Yin-Yang-Saint's arm, and it quickly imprinted itself into the void. He didn't dare to go head-to-head with the physical body of a holy physique. No one in the current younger generation dared to take the risk. Everyone knew that they could only suppress Yi Fan with their overwhelming power. Swoosh! The Yin-Yang Saint's speed was extremely fast. He turned into the Yin-Yang image and flew in the void like a stream of light. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape and avoid the crazy owl. However, Yi Fan had locked onto him. There was no way to shake him off. He could only fight passively. If you had brought the Yin-Yang mirror, I would have no hope at all. Unfortunately, you only brought the Yin-Yang sword. It can't suppress me. Yi Fan sneered. The Yin-Yang mirror was a divine item refined by an ancient saint. It was a supreme secret treasure. Unless an extreme holy weapon was used, it couldn't be suppressed. With it, one could dominate the world. You're just a half-useless holy physique. I must kill you today. The Yin-Yang Saint calmed himself down and stopped thinking about the crazy owl. If he didn't kill Yi Fan today, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Clang! The Yin-Yang sword flashed and soared into the sky, hovering above the Yin-Yang Saint's head. Yin and Yang Qi descended and surrounded him. The black and white primordial Qi turned into a Yin-Yang image. It was fixed in the void like a wheel, and the Yin-Yang sword became the dividing line of Yin and Yang. A mysterious and terrifying aura filled the air. The Yin-Yang Saint was untainted. When Yi Fan's golden fist came, the Yin-Yang image above his head shone with divine light and would be deflected every time. This was a secret treasure passed down through the generations of the Yin-Yang school. It was mysterious and unpredictable. The laws of the Great Path were engraved inside. At this moment, it was like a wheel of the King of Gods that could control everything. I'm untainted by all techniques and can't be harmed by the power of the Great Path. Let's see how you fight me. The Yin-Yang Saint shouted. He established a strong belief for himself and shook his opponent's will. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. He stared at the yin-yang image. His mind was empty. He was comparing it with his Tai Chi divine image and carefully analyzing it. He gained a lot of enlightenment and inspiration from the other party's evolution. At this moment, many lights seemed to flash in his heart. Yi Fan's hands moved and also evolved a divine image. It was imprinted on his body. It seemed mysterious and unfathomable, pulsing with the great path. Humph! The yin-yang saint snorted. His left hand turned into a yin image and his right hand into a yang image. He shouted, "Yin and yang as one, invincible!" Boom! He attacked with all his might. This was the yin-yang school's shocking divine technique. Once yin and yang became one, one's combat strength could be increased by 4 to 5 times. In the past, a saint of the yin-yang school used this technique to sweep across the middle ground. If he had not encountered the wholeness mantra of the 9 secrets in the eastern wilderness, he could be said to be invincible. Yi Fan dodged it. He did not want to use the wholeness mantra against his opponent. Instead, he used the battle saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi divine image. The extreme yin in his left hand turned into the softest power. He moved gently, like pushing a ball with the moon in his arms. He guided the aura of the great path and dispelled a portion of the divine power of the other party. Then he flew backward. Yi Fan took the risk in a life-and-death battle to comprehend his own Tao. He used the softest power to resist the yin-yang saint. Although the damage was not great, it was endless. "You don't know your place." The yin-yang saint saw through his intentions. His expression turned cold. He crossed his hands and yin and yang became one. His divine power doubled. Boom! Black and white energy radiance, not a single stellar stream falling, a boundless expanse. It was deafening, shattering the void. Yi Fan's expression changed. He quickly retreated. The other party's combat power had increased by 4 or 5 times. This kind of attack was extremely terrifying. Even he did not dare to face it head-on. He used Crazy Ol's footwork and disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. He moved as fast as lightning and stood in the distance. "You want to leave? Not so easy." The yin-yang saint sneered. The yin-yang diagram above his head. He turned into a beam of light and chased after Yi Fan. This was an absolute pressure. Yin and yang became one, forming a terrifying deterrent. The saint who had reached the first transformation of the dragon transformation could increase his combat power by 4 or 5 times. It was shocking. The spectators were all envious. The supreme saint technique of the yin-yang school was created by heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, they would be almost invincible among those of the same level. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Fan sneered. He evolved the Tai Chi divine image. His body quickly faded, and he turned into a diagram. His figure disappeared. All that was left was a diagram in the air. The aura of the great Tao filled the air. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan used the divine diagram to confuse the people. He secretly activated the All formula and successfully activated it after more than 100 times. He used the mysterious Tao diagram to strike out. Boom! This was a shocking battle. The All formula increased his combat power by 10 times. When it collided with the opponent's 5 times combat power, the sky collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Nothing could be seen. Everything had been shattered. Endless turbulence of energy wreaked havoc, causing everything to tremble. Large cracks that were dozens of miles long appeared in the wasteland. The yin-yang saint was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Even the diagram formed by the yin-yang sword could not protect him. His body was almost smashed to pieces. "What saint technique do you have?" he asked loudly. He was shocked. "Are you surprised? I can even break the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. What is your yin-yang saint technique?" Yi Fan said carelessly. "The yin-yang saint was shocked. He thought of the All formula of the 9 secrets because the ancestors said that it was their nemesis. However, he also knew how terrifying the celestial demon slaughtering saint art was. Yi Fan had once broken this celestial demon technique. Everyone knew that it was based on this divine diagram. The yin-yang saint technique is only SOSO. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. "I'll let you see my true yin-yang saint technique," the yin-yang saint shouted. His body exploded with light, and then he split into two. Swoosh! He suddenly turned into two people. One wore clothes as white as snow, and the other wore clothes as black as ink. The two figures were very strange. He actually cultivated such a shocking divine technique. His true body evolved into the son of Yang and the son of Yin. This is a truly invincible yin-yang saint technique. The people in the distance exclaimed. The son of Yin and the son of Yang joined hands. They were like two gods. They emitted a terrifying aura as if they had the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. Yi Fan frowned. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were born at the same time. Their Tao power grew endlessly as if it could not be erased. It gave people a very dangerous feeling. As expected, the battle started again. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were shocking. They fought thousands of rounds with Yi Fan, and they actually became more and more courageous. But your understanding of the supreme profound meaning of yin and yang has deepened again. Not bad. You've made great progress again. The great Tao of yin and yang should continue to evolve like this. In the distant sky, 7 or 8 powerful figures flew over. Among them, 2 old men stroked their beards and nodded continuously. They were very satisfied with the yin-yang saint's performance. The great reinforcements of the yin-yang sect had arrived. A few grand elders whose lifespans were about to run out had come personally, and there were powerful figures among them. The yin-yang saint was shocked. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the old lunatic was. He wanted to warn him, but he found that he could not speak because an overwhelming might had enveloped him. Yi Fan launched the most terrifying attack. The curtains of the life and death battle were about to fall. He had studied the yin-yang diagram for a long time. The two of them had already fought for 1,500 rounds. He did not want to delay any longer. Yi Fan's body turned into a dragon-shaped curve. It evolved into a trace of the great Tao and rushed over like a ray of light. This was the astonishing divine technique that could break the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. The battle saint technique evolved into the Taiji diagram. His body became the yin-yang diagram, destroying everything. His speed reached the extreme. This was his strongest attack at the moment. Boom! The yin-yang saint resisted with all his might. The son of Yang and the son of Yin attacked together. Their limbs were connected, and they frantically increased their battle strength by several times. They wanted to resolve this crisis. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. The curved dragon-shaped body was even sturdier than a weapon. It possessed the power of immortality. It heavily injured the son of Yin and cut off one of his arms. The son of Yin screamed, "Junior, how dare you!" The few supreme elders of the yin-yang sect were just praising him. They didn't expect Yi Fan's swift and fierce attack to be so fast and terrifying. However, Yi Fan also successfully activated the Yi character formula. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve and rushed over. There was nothing that could stop him. It could be said that this was a fatal attack. The divine diagram evolved by the battle saint technique was activated in secret. The enemy couldn't resist it. Although the son of Yin and the son of Yang successfully displayed 5 times their battle strength, they paled in comparison to this fatal attack. There was no way they could resist it. Blood splattered. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were cut in half at the waist by the dragon-shaped trace that Yi Fan had transformed into. Then he rushed back. Crack! The dragon-shaped curve of the great Tao also chopped the 2 heads into pieces. They turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. After 1,500 rounds of battle, the yin-yang saint was killed by Yi Fan. The yin-yang saint's sword was also taken. Everyone present was in an uproar. That was a saint, the future master of a supreme sect in the middle ground. He was killed in the Eastern Barren Territory just like that, and it was done by a sacred body. Nowadays, among the younger generation, only Yi Fan had killed a saint and a saintess. He forged his future and reputation with their blood. This, a supreme sect comparable to a holy land. Both a saint and a saintess were killed by a single person. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed powerful. Although he has severed his cultivation, he can still kill a saint if he goes all out and increases his strength to the 4 levels secret realm. He has a total of 10 chances to attack. Is he really going to kill 10 saints in the future? Everyone was discussing it. There were cries of surprise in the wilderness. Yi Fan killing a saint was definitely a huge event. Not many people would dare to do such a thing because the saint and the saintess were the future masters of the immortal inheritance. Killing them was a blatant challenge to the dignity of a supreme sect. He would be hunted down by the entire sect. The sacred body is really too powerful. He has already severed his own cultivation, and he still dares to kill a saint. What a pity. If he was healthy, it would be difficult to find many opponents among the younger generation. He would be invincible. Yi Fan's shocking battle record shocked everyone. Many people were lamenting, and many felt pity for his half-crippled body. Little bastard, how dare you? First, you killed the saintess of our sect, and now you killed the saint. Even the heavenly king can't save you now. The powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect were furious. They watched as Yi Fan killed the Yin-Yang saint, but they couldn't stop him in time, which made them feel humiliated. You think you can kill me just because you say so? Yi Fan sneered. He turned into a dragon-shaped mark and disappeared in a flash, appearing beside the crazy owl. No one can save you. All of you must die. An elder said sinisterly. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yi Fan, Li Heishui, the crazy owl, and the others. Scary, there really are powerful cultivators coming. The large black dog mumbled. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted, "You old bastards, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think you're invincible? We're the high and mighty heavens to all of you. Crushing all of you to death is as easy as blowing off dust, and it's as easy as stepping on a few bugs." An old man's face was gloomy like water, and he revealed killing intent. All of you must die. No one can survive. Another person also said coldly. The Yin-Yang sect is famous in the world. No one dares to disobey their orders. You bastards are really reckless. The people of the Yin-Yang sect pressed forward, pointing at Yi Fan, the crazy owl, and the others. Chapter 487. The important figures of the Yin-Yang sect had arrived. There were 7 or 8 elders in total, and they were all grand elders. All of them could intimidate a region. It was as if everything was under their control, and they had already decided the fate of the people here. Their eyes were cold, merciless, and cruel. Reckless fools, you've provoked the Yin-Yang sect again and again. Even if we cut you into pieces, you won't be able to avenge yourselves. One of them said fiercely. It was fine if the holy daughter was killed. At that time, they were far away and couldn't save her. But the holy son was killed in front of them. He was killed in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping them in the face. They were a supreme sect of the middle state. Had the future heir of a holy land ever been killed like this? To the Yin-Yang sect, this was a great humiliation. This was destined to become a laughingstock. The holy son and holy daughter of a supreme sect were killed by a single person. This would make the Yin-Yang sect lose its glory for a very long time. When you came, did you hear the detailed report? The large black dog asked with a sinister smile. Didn't they know that the old madman killed an elite of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation mystery realm with a glare? This was the question in Li Heishui's heart. We heard that there was a great battle here, and our sect's grand elder was killed here. Who killed him? Come out and die. A grand elder said with a cold gaze. They didn't get the report from their own people. Instead, they heard that there was a great battle here on the way. 2 of their sect's grand elders were killed mysteriously. The person who sent the message couldn't find them, so he couldn't tell them what happened. These important figures didn't understand the situation at all. The large black dog laughed sinisterly and said, "You've come from far away. It must have been hard on you. I'll send you on your way later." You dog, you're looking for death. How dare you talk nonsense in front of us? We'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons, one of them scolded. Are you sure you can kill us just like that? Li Heishui asked. Ignorant juniors. Even if your grandmaster came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. An important figure's expression was dark. He walked forward step by step, preparing to attack. Huh. Do you think you're Great Emperor Wuxia or Great Emperor Hengyu? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Li Heishui sneered. His grandfather was one of the 13 great bandits of the northern region. All the spectators muttered to themselves. These people from the Yin-Yang cult were all extremely powerful and had surpassed the dragon transformation's secret realm. Not to mention, they had the support of a true almighty. Their lineup was extremely powerful. However, not only had they not seen Crazy Old's strength, they had just witnessed it with their own eyes. Even if a peerless expert were to come, he would not be able to do anything. Boom! The supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect directly made a move. He stretched out a big hand and grabbed forward, wanting to squeeze Li Heishui to death. Yi Fan snorted coldly and swung his golden fist forward. Since his opponent dared to grab him with his bare hands, he had nothing to fear. Clang! The golden fist seemed to be forging iron as it sent the Grand Elder's hand flying high into the air. Streaks of blood appeared on the Grand Elder's hand. Everyone gasped at this scene. The physical body of a divine physique was too powerful. Even a supreme elder of a supreme sect that surpassed the dragon transformation's secret realm could fight him in close combat. This is unbelievable. What a monster! Could it be that the rumors are true? His physical body is comparable to a divine lord's? But he has just entered the 4 levels secret realm. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. The supreme elder of a supreme sect was bleeding from his palm. This result was shocking. Ah! Li Heishui laughed and mocked. Old man, you boast shamelessly. Even my grandmaster looks down on you. You're just a sosa. The Almighty in the middle finally stood out. He swept his cold gaze over and slapped down. The huge palm was at least 10 feet wide, covering everyone below it. Clang! Yi Fan was still fearless. Standing in midair, he swung his golden fist upwards. His entire body emitted blinding golden light that shot up to the sky. A deafening sound rang out, and the palm of this mighty figure from the Yin-Yang school clearly trembled. However, he quickly regained his composure. He flipped his hand, and an endless amount of divine light flowed down like thousands of waterfalls. This was a monstrous power that could kill Yi Fan hundreds of times over. It was extremely terrifying. Every ray of divine light pierced through the void like thousands of surging rivers of divine power. This was the power of an almighty who could look down on the world. With a flip of his hand, he could summon rain and blood. With a single thought, he could turn the earth into rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Yi Fan retreated with extreme speed, quickly arriving at Crazy Old's side. He had no hope against a supreme being. That kind of pressure was incomparable. An almighty who could look down on the world could shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. They were the rulers of all holy lands and supreme sections. Boom! The waterfall of divine power was a vast expanse of whiteness, shocking everyone. They all fell down and surrounded Yi Fan and the others. It's too easy to kill you. I'll refine you slowly and extract your souls. The voice of the Almighty from the school of Yin-Yang was bone-chilling. He wanted to grind them down bit by bit. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter had been killed. This was a great humiliation. The people of the school of Yin-Yang could not bear it. In the future, they would all bear great pressure. There's no need for you to do it. Let me do it. Another Grand Elder spoke. Although they were all Grand Elders, they had crossed the heavenly chasm and became Supreme Almighty. They were Grand Elders who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Divine Masters. Their statuses were incomparably high and could only be looked up to. The Almighty withdrew his divine power and took 2 steps back. Another 2 people walked up. One of them sneered and said, "Let me do it. Both your bodies and souls will be destroyed and you will die in agony." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The large black dog roared. He was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his eyes flickered with excitement. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel here and willingly become nether slaves. I'll leave you with a bit of your spirit." The Grand Elder swept his gaze over everyone. Except for the divine body. He must die. Even if the God of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save him. The other person added coldly. You are all bad people? Little Nan Nan spoke timidly. Her large eyes that were like black gems were filled with uneasiness. Kneel or not, you can choose for yourselves. The old man snorted coldly. God, you should just kill them. Otherwise, even I want to do it. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of strength, Li Heishui mumbled beside the crazy Ol. The people of the school of Yin Yang were high and mighty. They looked down at Yi Fan, the crazy Ol, and the others. Killing intent filled the air and became colder and colder. If that's the case, I'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. I'll slowly refine you. The two grand elders of the school of Yin Yang sneered mercilessly. In the distance, the spectators looked at each other, but no one spoke. The strange person was too terrifying. No one dared to say anything. No one stood out to warn them. You don't know what's good for you. The two grand elders finally attacked. Tens of thousands of light beams shot out from their palms. Each beam was as thick as a water tank, and they engulfed Yi Fan, the crazy Ol, and the others. The spectators in the distance felt bad for the two grand elders. If they really attacked the strange person with disheveled hair, it would probably be a tragedy. The two grand elders of the school of Yin Yang shouted at the same time. The light beams in their hands slashed down like heavenly blades, trying to cut off the legs of the few people. However, what they found unbelievable was that the tens of thousands of light beams were like clay oxen entering the sea. They landed on the barren land. Although they covered the ground, they quickly dried up. They couldn't even hurt a hair on the few people's bodies. The crazy old didn't react, but no magic could touch him. Their powerful magic power was silently destroyed when they approached him. The big black dog was very dissatisfied. The god in front of him was too calm. He didn't have any intention to attack at all. He didn't care about anything. What's going on? The people of the school of Yin Yang felt that something was wrong. These people were all powerful warriors who had surpassed the dragon transformation mystery realm, and their eyes were very sharp. Could it be that you killed our two grand elders? They stared at the crazy Ol. They couldn't feel the depth of his cultivation, and they all showed a hint of suspicion. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering? How arrogant. Seeing this, the two grand elders both shouted. One of them spat out a beam of light, and it slashed forward. It was a large golden ship, and it made a rumbling sound. It was powerful enough to smash a mountain, and it instantly rushed to the front of the crazy Ol. It didn't injure the crazy Ol, but the golden ship shattered on the spot and turned into powder. The golden powder fell to the ground like dust, and it was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the two grand elders arrived, and their hands covered the sky. They swung down and slashed at the crazy Ol's head, intending to smash him into meat paste. The spectators were stunned. Although these two were grand elders of a supreme sect, they dared to attack someone who was suspected to be a saint. This kind of courage was too great. Boom! The two grand elders rushed down, and their hands were almost on the crazy Ol's head. They sneered, thinking that they could finish off their opponent. However, at this moment, they felt a chill in their bodies, and they were filled with powerlessness. They fell to the ground, and they heard the cries of their fellow sect members. Only at this moment did they realize what had happened. The strange man with disheveled hair didn't move at all. A strand of his hair fell with the wind, and their bodies were cut in half. Ah! The two grand elders screamed in pain, but it was mostly because of fear. Who was this person? A strand of hair fell down, carried by the wind, and cut them in half. Everyone who saw this scene felt their blood run cold. This was a living saint from the ancient era, and he couldn't be blasphemed. According to legend, a strand of hair from an ancient saint could kill a magnificent army. Could this be true? Could it really be a saint who crossed the river of time from ancient times to the present world? Everyone was tongue-tied, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. No one could calm down, and many people were suffocating from the shock. The strand of black hair fluttered down and fell on the two grand elders' broken bodies. They screamed at the top of their lungs and tried to resist. However, this strand of hair was like an ancient divine mountain, as heavy as millions and millions of caddies. It crushed their palms into pieces, crushing their bodies into meat paste. The legend is true. Even a strand of hair from an ancient saint can destroy all things. The ancient saint was almost like a god. Every drop of blood, every bone is a peerless divine object. Every inch of flesh and blood can kill a peerless master. Everyone's heart was beating like a drum. A saint had actually appeared in this world. This shocked them. Everything was so terrifying and unfathomable. The yin-yang school's expert felt a chill from head to toe. He knew that things were bad, and things were not looking good. This time he had definitely kicked an iron plate. A ray of light flashed through the crazy old's hollow eyes. He glanced at them a few times. He didn't intend to attack, but he brought them an incomparably heavy pressure. One of the supreme elders was too nervous. He thought that this strange person was going to kill them, so he roared and attacked first. The others felt their scalps go numb. Provoking this deity would only lead to a tragic ending. The magical power of a half-step expert was world-shaking, and they could flatten mountains. The crazy old didn't ignore them. He stretched out a large hand and pressed forward, covering the people below. Among the 5 great figures of the yin-yang school, there was a supreme elder, 2 half-step experts, and 2 true experts. All of their expressions changed, and they did their best to resist. The first person to attack the crazy old screamed on the spot. He was covered by the hand, and before he could even touch it, his body had already cracked. There was an invisible pressure that made him crack like porcelain. His bones broke one by one, and then his body exploded. Almost at the same time, the other great elder also let out a cry of agony, turned into a mist of blood, and completely disappeared. The spectators on the side didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Was this the power of an ancient saint? It hadn't even hit anyone, but the terrifying waves from the hand had already crushed the 2 great figures of the supreme sections. The hair of the half-step expert and the 2 true experts stood on end. After unleashing their most powerful attacks, they quickly fled. This was the first time in their lives that they were so terrified. Who would the great figures of the present age be afraid of? There was no such thing as avoiding a fight. They could run amok in the world. However, at this moment, they had no choice but to flee for their lives. This strange person was too terrifying. They had no will to fight, and their hearts were filled with fear. The crazy old's large hand stretched forward like a majestic mountain, stretching for more than 50 miles and covering them below. The 3 cried out and attacked with all their strength. Below them was a mountain range. The roars of the 2 great figures caused the sky to collapse, and several great mountains to collapse on the spot. These were the supreme figures of the world. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, sweeping through all obstacles, and show disdain for the world. However, such supreme figures were filled with a sense of helplessness when facing the crazy old. It was as if they were going against the entire universe. The half-step expert finally couldn't hold on anymore. After colliding with the large hand, his body cracked and turned into a bloody pulp, no longer existing. The expressions of the 2 remaining true experts of the yin-yang school changed drastically. They roared at the sky, their bodies burning to resist the hand that covered the sky. Boom! They joined hands and turned into a yang diagram and a yin diagram, forming a huge yin-yang diagram that swept through the world. The terrifying roar turned more than 10 great mountains into powder. The yin-yang diagram even swept past, causing a large part of the endless mountain range to collapse. However, when they collided with the large hand, they couldn't damage it at all. Boom! Another large part of the mountain range collapsed, causing the nearby wasteland to crack. Large cracks that were dozens of miles long extended in all directions, and the earth was about to cave in. Bang! The crazy old's large hand extended for more than 70 miles. It was extremely frightening, even more majestic than a vast mountain range. Boom! The large hand covered the sky and covered everything under it. It slammed into the yin-yang diagram and shattered it on the spot. The 2 great experts coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and separated. Buzz! The large hand slammed down, pressing one of the supreme experts into the mountain range. The boundless hand immediately flattened a large part of the mountain range, turning it into a flat land. Only a human-shaped bloody mark was left on the ground, and this great expert's name was erased from this world. Many spectators were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Was this the method of the ancient saints? They didn't use any divine techniques at all. A casual attack was enough to destroy the world. Bang! The large hand turned over and pressed down on the other great expert. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because the entire sky was covered by the large hand. Boom! The endless mountain range was razed to the ground by the large hand, no longer existing. Everything was destroyed. This is... Heavens, it's terrifying. This is an inhuman method. An unimaginable realm. This is the ancient saints. Everyone was stunned. Every inch of their flesh and blood was trembling, and even their souls were trembling. Chapter 488. The endless mountains were destroyed. Great valleys, broken mountains, and the earth collapsed. Dozens of miles-long fissures appeared. All the mountains were leveled to the ground. Nothing was left. Crazy Ol's methods were heaven-defying. He did not use any divine arts. Instead, he slapped with his bare hands and flattened the mountains and earth. The boundless mountains and wastelands were all destroyed. Everyone was trembling, their bodies shivering. This type of power left everyone shaken, exceeding their imaginations. None of the 7 experts of the Yin-Yang sect survived. 3 grand elders and 2 half-step experts were turned into a pile of blood before they could even make a sound. As for the 2 mighty beings who could look down on the world, even though they fought back with all their might, shattering one grand mountain after another with their roars, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. They used their most powerful divine arts, but they were still smashed into meat paste by the giant hand. Only 2 human-shaped bloodstains were left on the flattened ground. What kind of power was this? A single hand annihilated a supreme existence, crushing a peak expert to death. This was a type of legend and miracle that caused people's souls to tremble. Even though many years had passed, people could not forget today's scene. A simple and unadorned giant hand reached out for more than 70 miles, covering the entire sky. It was like a deity. Crazy Ol did not make a move, but once he did, he shocked the world. He smashed 2 top masters into meat paste. This was like a fantasy. The eastern wasteland was going to be shaken. A cool breeze blew past the broken cliffs. The scene was desolate. The heroes died without leaving anything behind, which made the spectators shiver. Crazy Ol had already retracted his giant hand and stood there motionlessly. His thick black hair covered his righteous face. Only his hollow eyes could be vaguely seen. No one dared to breathe too loudly. This was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. Everyone was afraid of offending him. Only little Nan Nan was not afraid. She sat on Crazy Ol's shoulder and blinked her big black eyes. "Uncle, why aren't you talking?" An ancient saint who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people let a soft little girl sit on his shoulder. Many people could not stay calm. Who was this little girl? Being treated like this by a saint, everyone was surprised. No one would dare to bully her anymore. People looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. They thought he was dead for sure. They never thought he would invite a saint who should not exist in this world. The divine physique was really unpredictable. Everyone was afraid of it. With such a god standing next to them, who would dare to provoke them? Even though his divine body had been destroyed, if he could travel with an existence comparable to an ancient saint, he would be able to look down on the entire eastern wilderness. Yi Fan was also shocked. He had already guessed Crazy Ol's methods, but he was still frightened when he saw it with his own eyes. Li Heishui rubbed his hands in excitement. With such a god, there was nothing to worry about in the future. The big black dog grinned and almost howled to the sky. He shook his head and squatted on the ground, looking for something. Then he stared at Crazy Ol, drooling. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan knocked on it and reminded, "I want to refine a type of treasure using a lock of the saint's hair." The large black dog drooled and accidentally revealed his thoughts. Even he himself was given a huge fright, and he hurriedly stopped himself. "Can't you be more ambitious?" Yi Fan glared at it. Every part of a saint's body is a treasure. Every inch of their flesh and blood can kill a supreme elite. The large black dog reminded Yi Fan, drooling. Have you forgotten about the saint's bone powder on you? Even though it's been reduced to dust, it's still a precious treasure. However, it only dared to transmit its voice secretly. It didn't dare to speak out again for fear of slapping Crazy Ol in the face. Boom! Suddenly, the void in the distance split open. A golden bell rang and a black door opened. Space Gate! Everyone was shocked. This was the special realm gate of a great sect, something that would only appear when crossing the void. Inside the black door, the bell and drum rang together, and then a group of people walked out. The leader wore a purple robe, on which there were countless stars shining brightly. His black hair was like a waterfall, draping over his shoulders and back. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and every movement he made was filled with the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was like a supreme king. Above his head, there was a huge star that floated in the air like a precious wheel, protecting him in the center. Purple light flowed. He looked like a god, protected by a huge purple star. It was as if he had come from the lower realm of the celestial realm, condensing the power of the stars. And behind him, the people who walked out in a line also had extraordinary auras. Every one of them was like a star that had descended to the mortal world, extremely dignified. These are people from the Ziwei sect. The person with the huge purple star above his head seems to be the leader of the Ziwei sect. Everyone was shocked. The leader of a supreme sect in the central region of the Eastern Baron had come. This was a super big event. The Ziwei sect was very mysterious and had an ancient inheritance. Their cultivation methods were different from the other sects in the Eastern Baron territory, but they were extremely powerful. They were not holy lands, and their scale was not as large, but the people in the sect were all experts. Everyone had a common understanding that the people who came out of the sect were not weaker than the holy lands. This was an ancient and mysterious inheritance that could not be underestimated. Even the Holy Lands did not dare to provoke them. This is a true leader of a generation. Everyone knew the reason why the leader of the Ziwei sect had come. Their half-step cultivator had been killed here, so he must have come to demand an explanation. Even if they were all powerful cultivators, the difference was very big. Just now, the two powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect had both ascended as supreme elders. However, they had just entered this realm, and their lifespans were almost up. They could not compare to such a supreme sect leader. All the holy lords, the emperor of the eternal celestial dynasty, and such a supreme sect leader were the true masters of this world. Compared to the two people who had just entered the realm of powerful cultivators, they were many times more powerful. Who crippled my sect's disciple and killed my half-step cultivator? Behind the leader of the Ziwei sect, a few middle-aged men stepped forward and looked at everyone. They stared at Yi Fan first. Naturally, they already knew that he had crippled Zhao Efe. Their gazes were like sharp swords, frightening people's souls and piercing into their bones. Those who kill will die, and those who offend the Ziwei sect will be punished. Their voices were cold as if they were announcing the fate of Yi Fan and the Crazy Ol. They glanced at Li Heishui and the others, and finally looked at the Crazy Ol. Their eyes flashed with divine light, but they did not act rashly. This is... The leader of the Ziwei sect's expression suddenly froze. Shock appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. He stared at the Crazy Ol and involuntarily retreated. "What's wrong, leader?" The people beside him asked in surprise. "Retreat, retreat quickly." The leader of the Ziwei sect had the majestic bearing of a king. He had an imposing appearance and was as divine as a celestial emperor. However, at this moment, his expression had completely changed. "Leader." The people beside him were all shocked. How can there be such a person in this world? The leader of the Ziwei sect staggered back, his expression extremely shocked. He directly opened the region gate. "Leader, are we just going to let them go like this? A half-step great elite of our sect and several great elders have all died here." Those middle-aged men did not speak, but the two children beside them did not have any reservations and spoke like this. "Shut up." The leader of the Ziwei sect was shocked, and he shouted loudly. Then he was the first to enter the region gate. When the others saw this, they all hurriedly followed. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the region gate closed. The group of people passed through and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Ziwei sect had come with such a large force, and even the supreme sect leader had come in person. However, they had been scared away in the blink of an eye. Everyone was deeply shocked. This is the might of a saint. Just by standing here, he can scare away all powerful enemies in this world. Everyone present knew that retreating was a wise choice. Otherwise, if they dared to make a move in front of this existence that was comparable to an ancient saint, they would definitely die. Everyone, have you seen enough? It's time to disperse. The large black dog howled proudly. Today, the crazy old man had made a move. In the future, who would dare to provoke him? Many people in the sky were speechless. What they had seen today was really shocking. The news would definitely shake the Eastern Barren territory. The appearance of an existence comparable to an ancient saint would definitely cause a great commotion. Yi Fan and the others continued on their way. After traveling for just over 1,000 miles, a region gate appeared in the void ahead. 7 or 8 people walked out, and all of them were supreme figures. Purple aura surrounded their bodies, and they were like gods that had descended. Every one of them had surpassed the peak stage of the dragon transformation realm. They were the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. These people swept their cold gazes over, staring at Yi Fan. Then they looked at the crazy old man, Li Heishui, and the others. Clearly, they had come with ill intentions. Swoosh! With another flash of light, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown rushed out. His aura was like that of a god, and he was extremely majestic. He swept his gaze over those supreme elders, and said, "Retreat quickly." Their disciples had been humiliated, and they had come to denounce them. After learning that there was a great battle here, and even a half-step great elite had suffered a loss, they had sent out many powerful cultivators. At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion Holy Land had received a secret report. There was an unparalleled figure here, and they could not afford to provoke him at all. That was why the final scene had taken place. Everyone from the Purple Mansion Holy Land had retreated. Not a single person stayed, and no one dared to step forward to denounce them. On this day, the news spread throughout the central region of the Eastern Barren territory. An ancient saint had appeared, and he had killed a great elite with one hand. He had scared off the Ziwei school and the Purple Mansion Holy Land one after another. The central region was shaken. Everyone was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since such a figure had appeared? Even the Holy Lands could only retreat, and they did not dare to face him head-on. The most unexpected thing was that Yi Fan was traveling with that saint. Many people who wanted to deal with him were helpless. The Supreme Divine King was suspected to have fallen, and now such a strange person had appeared. They really could not afford to offend him. Even the Holy Lands and Supreme Sects did not dare to do anything to him. Damn, there's no justice in this world. The world has changed, and yet a saint has appeared. This is unbelievable. The saint has already killed himself. How did such a person come out? Could it be that he was dug out from some ancient temple deep in the mountains? Yi Fan's enemies were all indignant. Originally, they thought that he was already half-crippled, and they could take his life. They did not think that an even more ruthless person would appear to deter them. Yi Fan and the others headed north. From time to time, people would follow them and observe from behind. They all wanted to know the identity of the crazy old man, but unfortunately, no one could see through him. Before they knew it, they had once again approached the ancient city of Purple Sky Capital. They had arrived at the territory of the Feng tribe, which was also the territory of the Ziwei school. Let's stop here for a while and go to the Ziwei school as guests. Let's see if we can resolve our grievances, Yi Fan said with a smile. Little Yezi, you are too wicked. Li Heishui was slightly speechless. Now that the crazy old man was traveling with them, this was a supreme deterrent. Yet, Yi Fan wanted to go to the Ziwei school. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. Good idea. The large black dog shouted, wanting to see the world in chaos. Why do we always have to wait for them to provoke us? I feel that there is a need to pay a visit to the Ziwei school and properly warm up with them. Then, we will go to the Supreme Yin-Yang sect in the Middle State. I am serious. I sincerely want to reconcile with the Ziwei school. Let's go and take a look at where they are, Yifan said. You are too mean. This will scare people to death. The other holy lands will all feel uneasy. Li Heishui said. Chapter 489. Purple Sky Capital Ancient City had survived the Age of Desolation and the Great Dark Calamity. It had existed for a long time, and was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central part of the eastern wilderness. There were many great forces in this area. Yi Fan and the others did not stay for long. They really began to head to the Ziwei sect to carry out a reconciliation. Along the way, the large black dog was extremely excited. When they asked people about the specific location of the Ziwei sect, many people revealed strange expressions. What did these gods want to do? Of course we want to visit the Ziwei ancient land. Do you think we will attack? The large black dog howled. Everyone's expression changed. These few had caused a lot of trouble in the past few days. They had a saint following them. Could it be that they really wanted to attack the Ziwei sect? There were many famous mountains and rivers in the central region. It could be said that they were a land of heroes. They gathered ancient purple qi and gathered thousands of veins of dragon qi to nurture the spirit roots of heaven and earth. In a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from Purple Sky Capital, purple qi flourished. Clouds and smoke curled up, and ancient trees were evergreen. It was like an otherworldly celestial vein. It was very extraordinary. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and arrived at this celestial mountain. Figures could be seen behind them. Some cultivators had received the news and followed them. In the past few days, their group had attracted the attention of many people. Yi Fan had killed the Yin-Yang saint's son with his sword, shocking the young generation. The old madman had killed a great cultivator. It was like a raging sea, crashing against the shore, affecting the nerves of many people. The supreme sects of the Middle State were disgraced in the eastern wilderness. The news had already spread, but the Yin-Yang sect did not dare to do anything. They were really stunned. Doggy, don't run around. Walk with Big Brother and the others. Little Nan Nan was very quiet and obedient. She sat on the back of the Black Emperor. Seeing that it was too excited and running too fast, she reminded it softly. Don't worry, no one dares to attack us. The large black dog was unconcerned. He ran along the cliffs, looking for supreme spirit medicines. This was a celestial land. Green pine trees stood proudly between the rocks, celestial cranes circled, waterfalls fell, and dense spirit chi lingered. Clang. Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent surged out. The sword ray split the mountains, and the sword pierced through the sky. It was dazzling and blinding, like a comet streaking across the sky. A peerlessly sharp sword. The large black dog was shocked and infuriated. He had never imagined that someone would dare to assassinate him even though he was traveling with the old lunatic. Moreover, the assassin was so swift and fierce, as if he wanted to kill him with a single strike. Woof! At this moment, the Black Emperor did not dodge this world-shocking sword strike, because it was already too late. Instead, he opened his bloody mouth and roared. A huge wave of air gushed out from its mouth like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding void to completely collapse. Boom! It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, the sound waves like the roar of a true dragon. It was extremely terrifying, collapsing a cliff in front of them. However, that sword ray was exceptionally sharp. It descended from the heavens and directly aimed at the little girl on its back, wanting to kill her. The large black dog was both shocked and enraged. His muscles and bones were as tough as steel, so he wouldn't mind even if he was struck by a sword. However, the little girl was extremely tender at this moment, so how could she withstand such a strike? The space between its brows split open, and the third vertical eye opened, shooting out a streak of terrifying black radiance. At the same time, it jumped up, blocking in front of the divine sword. Clang! The beam of light shot out from the third eye of the Black Emperor struck the killing sword. Sparks flew in all directions, slowing down the sword's speed. However, The killing sword was still slashing toward the little girl. In the distance, Yi Fan heard the large black dog's howl, and his expression changed. He used the Merak movement technique and quickly rushed out. At the same time, he successfully activated the all character, increasing his speed tenfold. He was like a streak of light, flashing past a dozen or so mountain peaks in the blink of an eye. He rushed forward, just in time to witness the scene of the killing sword slashing the little girl. Yi Fan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The people of the human world had appeared again, and they were attacking while knowing that the old lunatic was traveling with them. He saw the panicked expression on the little girl's face. Her face was snow white, and she was at a loss for what to do. The sword was pointed directly at the space between her brows, and his heart was filled with both shock and fury. Boom! Borrowing the power of the all character, the golden lake between Yi Fan's brows seemed to be boiling. His powerful divine sense transformed into a small golden cauldron, and it rushed out to save the little girl from her predicament. Clang! The small golden cauldron struck the killing sword, causing it to tremble violently. At the same time, the light that shot out from the space between the large black dog's brows became even brighter, and it struck toward the sword. Pooh! The killing sword was blocked, but it also slid forward for a short distance. A bloody gash appeared on the large black dog's head, but it didn't hurt the little girl at all. However, right at this moment, a peerless killing intent descended. An ocean-like wave surged toward Yi Fan, intending to shatter him into pieces. There was a peerless elite hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for him to arrive, and then unleashed a domineering attack. He wanted to destroy both his body and soul, and make him cease to exist forever. The people of the ancient god dynasty of killers in the human world were extremely daring. They didn't even fear an existence comparable to the ancient saints, and they were waiting here to assassinate him. Right at this moment, the old lunatic who stood a dozen or so mountains outside exhaled softly. He didn't move, and the wave of air transformed into a streak of white light that rushed over. The heaven and earth seemed to have frozen, and time also seemed to have stopped. Everything had stopped, and only that streak of white light was moving, and it rushed over. Pop! The killing sword turned into powder, and a black-robed man fell out from the darkness. Both his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. At the same time, a withered body fell out of the void, cracking next to Yi Fan. It was slashed by the white light, and with a "pu" sound, it turned into powder. The corpse of an ancient great elite. Someone has entered it with a nascent soul puppet, and is controlling all of this. The large black dog was shocked. The ancient god dynasty of killers, the human world. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The enemy wanted to kill him, and even dared to attack in this kind of situation. If the old lunatic hadn't spat out a breath of essence and destroyed the corpse of this ancient great elite, perhaps he would have been in danger just now. Big brother, are you hurt? The little girl was frightened, but she asked this first. Just now, the killing sword was pointed at the center of her brows, and it was about to kill her. The little girl's little face was snow white, and her big eyes were filled with tears. She was very panicked. After all, she was only a 2-year-old child, and she had never experienced something like this before. If she was an ordinary child, she would have already burst into tears. Little girl, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Yi Fan walked up and comforted her softly. He patted her head lightly and then scratched her delicate nose. At this time, Li Heishui also rushed up and shouted, "Has the human world eaten the heart and gall of a celestial? They even dare to kill a cultivator who is traveling with a saint." In the past, the ancient god dynasty of killers ruled the world, and with a single thought, blood flowed like rivers on the earth. They even dared to kill ancient saints, so of course they have nothing to fear. The large black dog's heart was palpitating, and he sighed softly. But what era is it now? There are no saints in this world anymore. Could it be that they still have such a figure in their god dynasty? Li Heishui asked. They are testing us, Yi Fan said to himself. Yes, they are testing the might of a saint. The large black dog nodded and said, under normal circumstances, the strength of the disciples they send out is similar to that of the target, and the main purpose is to train themselves. so they rarely send out such terrifying figures. If they had sent the corpse of an ancient great elite to attack just to kill Yi Fan, it would be too much of a ruckus. The few of them guessed that they had come to test the crazy owl. Is the ancient god dynasty of killers not afraid of a saint? Yi Fan frowned deeply, and the few of them all looked slightly worried. The crazy owl walked over step by step, and just like before, he did not say anything. He was silent, as if nothing in the world could move his mind. Behind him, some cultivators followed here, and when they saw the scene just now, they were all very shocked, and began to discuss in low voices. The ancient god dynasty of killers is indeed terrifying. They even dared to kill someone protected by an ancient saint. Maybe the world is going to change. The celestial court has been destroyed, and both the human world and hell have been preserved intact. They have developed in secret, and who knows how powerful they have become. Maybe this is a message they have released that they will return soon. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The ancient god dynasty of killers. The human world was too great a threat to him. They even wanted to kill little girl, and this was intolerable. Do you know where their ancient palace is? Yi Fan asked the large black dog. No one knows. It is an ancient palace built from the skulls of various kings. It is a tower of death. When the large black dog said this, he could not help but shiver. If we know where it is, we must ask the saint beside us to destroy them. Li Heishui gritted his teeth. It will be difficult. In the past, all the saints came together, but they still could not destroy the human world and hell. I am afraid it will be impossible now. The large black dog shook his head. This is a very bad sign. If the ancient god dynasty of killers came to kill me at this time, it might stimulate many people to hire them. Yi Fan thought of this serious problem. The trip to the Holy Cliff had to be carried out as soon as possible. He needed to obtain the perfect inheritance of the celestial court and wield the supreme scepter of killers to protect himself and resist them. The Ziwei sect was located in the deep mountains of the celestial vein. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with stars. A large purple star was in the center, and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were guarding it. At this time, the sky was not dark, and the sun was blazing high in the sky. However, there were stars like this appearing, which seemed very strange and mysterious. They have drawn upon the celestial bodies. This is the projection of the stars. The large black dog said. The Ziwei sect seems to be a bit special, Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stared fixedly. In front of them, there was an endless mountain range. 10,000 ancestral roots gathered here, and a purple aura swirled around them. Spiritual chi filled the air. On the ancient mountains, there were countless spirit herbs, and ancient trees stood tall. They are a supreme sect with a long history. Some say that they are related to the outer realm, Li Heishui said. What? There is such a saying? Yi Fan was shocked. The large black dog looked confused. He thought hard, and then seemed to think of something. He said, perhaps there really is a connection. An ancient emperor once mentioned this inheritance when he looked up at the stars. The mountain gate of the Ziwei sect was tall and majestic. It was built from a meteorite, and it had existed since the ancient era. It was almost 200,000 years old. When the people in the mountain gate saw Yi Fan and the others, their expressions changed. In the past few days, the news of a saint appearing had shaken the entire eastern barren territory. Everyone knew about it. At this moment, when they saw this group with their own eyes, no one could remain calm. The Ziwei sect was vast and boundless. It was formed from countless purple mountains. Celestial mist drifted about, and strange flowers bloomed. Medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the air was fragrant. This was a pure land, far away from the clamor of the mortal world. It was the ideal place for cultivators to cultivate. When the sect leader of the Ziwei sect received the report, he immediately stood up. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at the mountain gate. His expression immediately changed. An existence comparable to an ancient saint had arrived. Had they come to denounce them? If that was really the case, even the powerful Ziwei sect would not be able to bear the consequences. The grand elders of the Ziwei sect all changed expressions. None of them could maintain their calm. This junior, Yi Fan, has come to pay a visit to the mountain. Yi Fan said to the guard of the mountain gate. These people were completely dumbfounded. They had brought an existence comparable to an ancient saint to pay a visit to the mountain. This was really torturous. Even the various holy lands would feel a headache and fear. Chapter 490. The Ziwei sect stretched as far as the eye could see, and auspicious aura filled the air. Purple mountain peaks stood side by side, and there was no lack of peerless spirit medicines growing here. Spiritual qi was dense. Yi Fan and the others walked into this ancient land, and they could smell a refreshing fragrance. On the precipice and beside the ancient trees, they could occasionally see a rare and precious medicine. There is an ancient dragon divine orchid on that purple precipice. It is at least 15,000 years old, and it is a peerless spirit medicine. The large black dog's old habit acted up again. His large eyes shone with a green light, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce over and snatch it. Mountains after mountains flowed with brilliant colors and were surrounded by clouds and mist. Cliffs and strange stones stood tall, and it was like a divine land. Apart from the strange and colorful stone mountains, many mountain ranges were full of vitality. Strange trees were planted on the mountains, and they were strong like young dragons, swaying and shining with green light. Large white waterfalls poured down from the mountain peaks, passing through the ribbons of clouds and mist. It looked very ethereal and magnificent. On almost every purple mountain peak, 1 or 2 precious medicines that were over 10,000 years old could be found. Not to mention other things, just these were priceless. The Ziwei sect had an ancient heritage, and it had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was natural for it to have such a heritage, but it still surprised Yi Fan and the others. This was an ancient land that had been carefully managed by the ancestors. There were many rare treasures that could not be compared to ordinary great sections. A few young disciples of the Ziwei sect followed and led the way. Every one of them was very nervous. That strange person with disheveled hair made their hair stand on end. According to legend, the ancient saints had boundless magic power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate them. They were simply gods that walked the world, and people respected them. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult for such a person to be born. Thus, they were revered as saints, and all races looked up to them. In the ancient land of the Ziwei sect, the sky was densely covered with stars, as if they were in the boundless starry sky. Even the main peak had starlight flowing, and it was very beautiful. Not long after, the Ziwei sect leader and many grand elders personally came out to greet them. Facing an existence comparable to an ancient saint, no one dared to be careless. Such a god had come to their door, and they were all extremely troubled. If he came to punish them, how could they resist? Should he use his so-called trump cards? But this was a living and scathed saint. He couldn't move it at all. Senior has graced us with his presence. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. These people all bowed respectfully, feeling apprehensive. As for the younger generation of the Ziwei Star sect, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They followed at the back of the group to pay their respects, cursing Yi Fan in their hearts. How did he manage to invite such a deity? Just barging in would scare people to death. Crazy, Ol didn't say a word. His empty eyes stared at the stars above the ancient land of Ziwei and the purple star in the center. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seniors, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Yi Fan tried to smooth things over. He explained that Crazy Ol was walking in the human world and was in another kind of closed-door training, waiting for a breakthrough. Therefore, Crazy Ol didn't care much about the outside world. Maybe he was in a trance, so they didn't have to worry about him. Breaking through again? The super figures of the Ziwei Star sect all looked at each other. He was already comparable to an ancient saint, and he still wanted to break through. How could others live like this? Yi Fan was very humble. He didn't use Crazy Ol's saintly might to pressure them. It was enough for him to come here once. The Ziwei Star sect would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. It was impossible for Crazy Ol to travel with him forever. Perhaps he would disappear soon. Right now, he could only use Crazy Ol's influence to make the Holy Lands wary. Uncle doesn't like to talk. Big brother is telling the truth. Little Nan Nan said innocently. Then she began to climb the tree. She pulled on Crazy Old's clothes, wanting to climb up. The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were completely dizzy. In this world, perhaps only this little girl dared to climb a tree on an ancient saint. The big black dog walked up and carried little Nan Nan onto Crazy Old's shoulder. The little girl was not afraid at all and sat on him herself. The people of the Ziwei Star sect didn't dare to disturb Crazy Old. They let him wander around the ancient land. They pulled Yi Fan to the side and asked, "How did you get to know that senior?" "We are old acquaintances. He can be considered half a teacher to me. He once taught me the Merak footwork. Now, we are just reuniting." Yi Fan smiled. The people of the Ziwei Star sect were petrified. They immediately guessed the identity of the strange man with disheveled hair. He was the only remaining crazy old man in the world of Merak. The big black dog shouted, "Do you want to kill Yi Fan?" He spoke very directly, like a hothead. He was obviously doing this on purpose. He was playing the bad guy to force Yi Fan to abdicate. How is this possible? A big figure of the Ziwei Star sect wiped away his cold sweat. He glanced at Crazy Old not far away and felt very guilty. If this saint was offended, he could overturn the entire Ziwei Star ancient land. Who would dare to offend him now? But we heard it with our own ears not long ago. The big black dog was not willing to give up. He spoke very loudly. In the distance, little Nan Nan, who was sitting on Crazy Old's shoulder, said pitifully, "Grandpa, don't kill Big Brother, okay? Would we dare to kill him? Little ancestor, please don't be so innocent." The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were shocked. Little Nan Nan was sitting on the saint's shoulder, and her pleading made their hair stand on end. "Grandpa, please don't kill us, okay?" Little Nan Nan continued to plead in a soft voice. This was really frightening. Sitting on the saint's shoulder and pleading like this caused the big figures to feel uneasy. All of them expressed their opinions. Everything is just a misunderstanding. That kind of thing will definitely not happen. Don't worry. Our Ziwei Star sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We will not do such a thing. From now on, the youngsters of our sect will get closer to you. The big figures had never encountered such a thing before. Even the various holy lands had never questioned them about this. Now, a few commoners with no background had actually invited a saint over. As long as that didn't happen. "If you really want to kill us, the saint will not just stand by and watch," the big black dog said shamelessly. "Seniors, please don't mind him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Actually, I have come to apologize." Yi Fan knew when to stop. His attitude was very humble, and he said that he had come to apologize for what had happened to Zhao Fe. The leader of the Ziwei Star sect stood tall and straight. It was as if he wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he was dressed in a starry robe. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, and there were purple stars above his head. He looked like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Normally, he would not say anything to Yi Fan, but now, he put down his attitude, smiled slightly and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. From now on, you youngsters should interact more." The grand elders beside him also said. Yi Fan and the others entered the Ziwei Star sect, and in the end, they were personally escorted out by the grand elders. This caused a huge commotion in the central region. This was a major event. Are you kidding me? Bringing a saint to pay a visit? No one can bear it. Don't tell me they want to go to the central state next. If they pay a visit to the Yin Yang sect, it will definitely be very lively. If the supreme sects of the central state fight each other, it will definitely be an earth-shattering battle. The outside world was filled with discussions. After the various holy lands received the news, they were all extremely fearful. They were afraid that Yi Fan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rely on the old madman to cause trouble in the various holy lands. If that was the case, the holy lands would lose face. To fight or not to fight, it would put them in a dilemma. Soon, the identity of the old madman spread from the Ziwei Star sect, causing a commotion. He was actually the last remaining unparalleled elite of the Merak sky. He is the old madman. He has returned to his youth. 6,000 years have passed, and he is still alive. How many years can he live for? No wonder it can only be him. 6,000 years ago, he was already invincible in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now that so many years have passed, he is naturally already comparable to an ancient saint. So he is the unparalleled elite of the past. Has his lifespan been extended again? Everyone was shocked. 6,000 years ago, the unparalleled existence in the Eastern Barren Territory was already undefeatable. Now, his lifespan had been extended again. This shocked everyone. With the current situation, the Merak Holy Land could not be considered destroyed. As long as the old madman was still alive, he could rebuild it with his unparalleled cultivation. Yi Fan's enemies were furious. The unparalleled divine king was destined to fall. They had thought that the opportunity to kill him had come, but they did not expect that a saint would appear out of nowhere. Now, even the Holy Lands did not dare to touch him. Back then, the old madman was invincible. If he went crazy, he could definitely destroy a holy land. Because this was not the past. Ancient saints could not be born anymore. He was a living saint. Who could compete with him? Yi Fan and the others left, preparing to go to the Holy Cliff. They had no intention of visiting the Holy Lands. He only wanted to borrow the old madman's power to survive. He did not want to cause trouble. However, on this day the Eastern Barren Territory was shaken. The Saint Lords came one after another to see the old madman. The Holy Lands were uneasy. The old madman's mind was no longer in a mess. Moreover, he was so quiet. He must have remembered everything in the past. In the past, the Holy Lands had emptied Merak. What would this saint do after understanding everything? If he was enraged and attacked the great sage's lands, blood would flow like rivers. No one would be able to calm down. When Yi Fan and the others entered the sky-gazing city, the entire street quieted down. Everyone retreated, leaving only the Saint Lords to greet the old madman. Everyone's expression was incomparably pious. They were all very careful and paid their respects. No one dared to be negligent. The Jiang Clan Saint Lord, the Feng Clan Saint Lord, the Ji Clan Saint Lord, the Alcade Saint Lord, the Purple Mansion Saint Lord, the 10,000 Beginnings Saint Lord, the Jade Lake Saint Lord. On this day, the Eastern Barren Territory shook violently. It was as if a tsunami had struck the earth. The whole world was watching and everyone was talking about it. A famous saint had appeared and his lifespan had been extended again. Even the people of the middle ground knew about it and were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect was completely silent. They no longer dared to send anyone to the Eastern Barren Territory. They were even prepared to fight the saint in the middle ground. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue were beside the Saint Lord of the Ji family. They had all obtained the opportunity to pay their respects to the saint of the present age because these two were their future hopes. Back in the southern region, the God King Physique had fought with the Yin-Yang saint. Everyone knew that the God King Physique had beaten the Yin-Yang saint to the point of vomiting blood before stopping. Now that he heard that Yi Fan had personally killed the God King Physique, Ji Haoyue carefully observed Yi Fan. The Ji family's little moon had dimples on her cheeks and her canine teeth were shining. She was relieved after learning that Yi Fan had severed his own cultivation and survived. She wanted to squeeze over but was stopped by the divine King Physique. She pouted and mumbled. Beside the Jiang family's Saint Lord was Jiang Yifei. His clothes were whiter than snow and he was very elegant. It was impossible not to notice him. He had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Like Hua Yunfei and the Alcade Saint's son, he had his own unique charm. Now, Yi Fan was sure that Jiang Yifei was not the mysterious divine King Physique of the Jiang family. However, he felt that this person was unfathomable. He was not the divine King Physique but was definitely not weaker than the young divine king of the Jiang family. The Wind Phoenix was beside the Feng clan's Saint Lord. She looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression. He had invited a saint and killed the Yin-Yang saint's son with a half-crippled body. She was deeply shocked. The potential of the divine King Physique was much greater than she had imagined. Other than that, the Jade Lake Saint, Daoist Saint, and Purple Mansion Saint had also come with the head saint to see the crazy old man. What do these Saint Lords mean? Why did they bring the strongest saint or saint of their sex? Li Heishui was shocked. Greetings, Senior. We are willing to send our strongest heirs to Merak to help the saint rebuild the glory of Merak and let it reappear in the world, the Saint Lord said in unison. F***C, how generous. They dare to do this. Even the large black dog was stunned. The sky-gazing city was extremely quiet, especially on this ancient street. Even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was looking here, waiting. However, the crazy old man was very quiet and did not say a word for a long time. Some Saint Lords broke out in a cold sweat. They had robbed Merak clean, and now this saint had not only come back alive, but his mind was also not muddled. This made them very worried. We are willing to provide everything so that Merak can return to its former glory, a Saint Lord said again. The others did not want to fall behind, and they all agreed. They all earnestly asked for the glory of Merak to be restored and the glory of this extremely prosperous Saint Land reappear. The Saint Lands had powerful resources that could resist the peerless combat force of the world. However, after this battle, they would probably be extremely weak for a long time. This was because the crazy old man was the saint of the present age. He was not injured, and he was in the prime of his life. He still had a long life, and he could fight any kind of enemy. If he went on a killing spree, he would exhaust the resources of the Saint Lands, because he could fight for a long time. That would be disastrous. Let the dead die. The crazy old man finally said. A cool breeze blew over, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. His bronze-colored face was revealed. He had a very good appearance, with a straight nose and a square mouth. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. However, his eyes were bottomless, like two abysses. Suddenly, a large number of snow-white petals floated down from the sky. Each petal was as big as a palm, and they were all stained with blood. The human world. Many people's expressions changed. This was a high-profile killing move by the ancient god dynasty of killers. They only did this before the desolate antiquity era. Were they really going to make a comeback now? Absolute slaying Saint Body. These 4 words rumbled between heaven and earth like thunder. Then, a snow-white petal as tall as half a man floated down. The human world's must-kill order. This is a must-kill order issued by the god dynasty of killers after they accepted the commission of at least 10 people. Someone exclaimed and revealed the meaning of this order. The big white petal was engraved with scenes of the ups and downs of the human world, representing the human world. Behind it were 2 words carved in blood, Yi Fan. This was the must-kill order of the ancient god dynasty of killers. Even with the protection of a saint, they dared to kill him. This was very thought-provoking. If you want to kill me, come at me, shouted Yi Fan. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and countless black petals floated down. Like black jade, they were also stained with blood. What? Hell has also appeared? This is their killing order. Hell, the ancient god dynasty of killers has also appeared. People exclaimed again, and their expressions all changed. In the end, a huge black petal fell. On it was engraved a god who had broken the shackles and rushed out of hell, representing the ancient god dynasty of killers. In addition, 2 words were carved in blood, Yi Fan. It was still a must-kill order. The ancient god dynasty of killers had also received at least 10 commissions to kill Yi Fan. There are actually so many ancient inheritances that are connected to the human world and hell. They want to kill the Saint Body. Everyone's expression changed. He clearly knew that he was walking with a saint, but he still dared to issue a must-kill order. The horror of the human world and hell made people shiver. Chapter 491. The snow-white petals were like flowers buried in a graveyard. They were stained with blood and fluttered about on the entire ancient street. The black petals represented death. Mist filled the air and emitted a destructive aura. They fluttered about in the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. The appearance of the 2 great ancient killer dynasties shocked everyone and affected everyone's nerves. The Saint Lords especially found it difficult to remain calm. Their ancestors had participated in the destruction of the god dynasty. Back then, the 3 great killer dynasties ruled over the world. For a long time, all the ancient inheritances in the eastern wasteland fell silent, not daring to anger them. Once they were provoked, there would definitely be exceptional figures assassinated. This was an unbearable burden that no holy land could bear. The three great ancient god dynasties were powerful and terrifying. They even dared to assassinate ancient saints, and they succeeded. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? That was a dark age. It could be considered a man-made disaster. The ancient god dynasties ruled over the world and looked down on the eastern wasteland, causing every holy land to feel unprecedented pressure. Petals fluttered about on the street, all stained with fresh blood. A formless killing intent lingered. The legendary order to kill had appeared, and no one had been able to avoid it since ancient times. I wonder how strong they are now. Before the Antiquity Age, as long as the order to kill was issued, no one could escape. The large black dog mumbled. Many people looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The ancient killer dynasties had an undefeated legend. They had issued the order to kill, and no one had been an exception until now. The two great god dynasties have been in seclusion for countless years. Now that they have reappeared, they are so high profile. I'm afraid they are powerful enough. The Saint Lord of the Wind tribe frowned. There were some words that he didn't say. The other party dared to issue the order to kill at this time, which was obviously to provoke the saints of the present age. They most likely wanted to establish their might. If this was really the case, the problem was quite serious. It proved that the power of the two great killer dynasties had already expanded to an extremely frightening level. Could it be that they have recovered to their former glory? The Alcade Saint Lord also frowned. In the past, in the ancient palace of the human world, the skulls of the kings had almost all been gathered, and not a single physique had been missed. They had killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist them. Meanwhile, the infernal realm was even more so. They were like a group of fallen and ruthless deities. They wielded divine swords that dripped with blood, cutting down all saints in the world. They were powerful and terrifying. In the underworld, the divine skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. The smell of blood was shocking, and it was the most mysterious and terrifying place. The Holy Lord of the Ji clan revealed a solemn expression as well. If the situation of the past really reappears, I'm afraid there will be another dark chaos. There will be a great disaster. The ancient divine dynasty of assassins specialized in killing. These people had spent their entire lives killing, and they were the most proficient in killing in the world. It was almost impossible for people of the same level to resist or guard against them. All the Holy Lands had participated in that world-shaking war before the primordial age. It wasn't that they didn't want to uproot the human world and hell, but only after truly fighting did they realize how great of a price they would have to pay. There were two saints in the supreme divine dynasty, the heavenly court, who were at the end of their lifespans. They could not exert their full combat power in their twilight years, but they still managed to make three supreme saints from the Holy Lands die together with them. The great sage's timing was good. They attacked when the old saint of the ancient divine dynasty of assassins was about to pass away and the new saint was about to be born. In the end, they still paid such a heavy price. Therefore, they no longer had the strength to destroy the human world and hell, allowing them to escape unscathed. A sky-shocking rainbow descended from the heavens, its diameter 3 zhang. This was a sharp sword radiance that hacked towards Yi Fan. It could be said to be world-shocking. What? He actually attacked in front of the saints? This is the saint-slaying sword technique of the human world. Everyone's expression changed. Had the human world really gone crazy? Or had their foundation expanded to an extremely terrifying level, and they didn't fear the unparalleled old madman? This was a killing technique of the Holy Lord level. It cut through the void and reality, and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It drew out a trace of the great Tao, as if it was cutting the barrier between the ancient and the present. The old madman spread out his sleeves, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. He not only took the sword ray into his sleeves, but also the sky. Boom! The sky immediately collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. The sword ray had shot out through the region gate. The cultivators of the human world didn't dare to show themselves. Another sword ray slashed down. A blood-red divine ray tore through the void. It was 6,000 feet long, and it slashed towards the little girl on the big black dog's back. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. It was one thing for the ancient divine dynasty of assassins to kill him, but they even included the little girl. This made him extremely angry. Bang! The old madman flicked his finger, and a finger ray pierced through the sky. Not only did it shatter the blood-red ray, but it also pierced through the sky and rushed towards the other end of the void. Boom! Suddenly, the tall and majestic saint moved his hands together. This was the first time he had used a divine technique in front of the crowd, but no one could see it clearly. There were also many complicated Dao patterns at the tips of his fingers. They were like foot-long true dragons swimming around. His hands shook violently, and the sky collapsed in an instant. In the sky-gazing city, except for the divine lords, almost everyone collapsed on the ground. They couldn't bear this kind of pressure at all. This was a suppression that originated from the spirit. Boom! A terrifying wave of Dao power suddenly traversed the void and struck towards the other end of the void. No one knew how he did it. This is not opening the region gate, but killing the enemy across the endless void. The divine lords were all stunned, and their faces were full of shock. The old madman didn't use any great technique. This was just a secret technique he casually used. The sky was smashed like a broken drum. The Dao power shot by the old madman crossed the void. Two screams came from the other end, and then it was completely silent. The saints of the present age couldn't be humiliated. This kind of nature-defying technique was really shocking. A top cultivator opening the region gate to assassinate them was unknown how many miles away they were. But the old madman had calculated their position and used his peerless Dao power to pierce through and kill them. This kind of combat power made everyone deeply afraid. The people from the world of man and hell didn't appear again, but no one was calm. They were shocked by the old madman's technique and the courage of the two ancient divine dynasties of killers. Today, they announced their return. In the future, a massacre in the Eastern Barren Territory was inevitable. Many ancient heritages couldn't sit still anymore. Just now, they were just testing the waters, but daring to attack the saints of the present age was sending a terrifying message. Yi Fan was furious. The divine dynasty of killers had attacked him again, and even the innocent little girl was involved. This made him want to kill them all. It's okay, Nanan isn't afraid. The little girl pulled Yi Fan's sleeve and raised her head. Her big eyes were clear and pure. She was clearly panicking, but she forced herself to say this. She looked very pitiful. Nanan, you really don't need to worry. They're nothing. Yi Fan smiled. At this time, many cultivators in the sky-gazing city stood up again. Apart from the old madman and a few people protected by the saint lords, the rest were limp on the ground. This was the power of a saint. Every move they made could affect countless living beings in the world. They had unfathomable power. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. Two ancient killer divine dynasties were nothing to him? In the past, no one would have dared to say this. In the past, no one could escape the must-kill order issued by a single divine dynasty. Now, two divine dynasties issued a must-kill order on him at the same time. This was a situation of certain death. The Saint Lords urged him to stay, but the old madman remained silent and didn't say anything else. No one dared to say anything else and let them leave. Here, Zhizuf finally found a chance. She teleported to Yi Fan's side with the Great Void technique and handed him a purple jade cauldron. Ji Clan's little moon's skin was fair and translucent. She was even more beautiful now. She was dressed in purple and looked as graceful as a fairy. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind and her eyes were ethereal. She wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and pushed Yi Fan. Put it away quickly. What is this? Yi Fan asked. At the same time, he was very surprised. This was the first time he was so close to Zhizuf since they parted that year. This is a life-prolonging medicine I secretly borrowed from the Saint Lord. It was refined by an unparalleled divine king in my clan. Yi Fan was shocked. This must have been stolen by Jizue. He was touched and wanted to laugh at the same time. This proud daughter of heaven actually did such a thing. What are you laughing at? Put it away quickly. Jizue grinded her little canine teeth and hammered him. Then, she revealed a moving smile to little Nan Nan, revealing her dimples. Her big eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. Come with big sister, okay? Little Nan Nan quickly ran back and hugged Yifan's leg. She tilted her head and looked at her as if she was afraid that Jizue would kidnap her. She blinked her big bright eyes and didn't say anything. Little one. Jizue lightly scratched her nose and then disappeared in the void in a flash. That big sister has a treasure on her. Little Nan Nan secretly told Yifan. Yifan immediately laughed. What could the little one know? She actually said this. However, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through Crazy Ole's hollow eyes. Something from the bronze immortal palace. As soon as these words came out, Yifan's heart trembled. His myriad chi origin root came from there. That was a graveyard of peerless experts. He had heard some legends that the peerless experts of the eastern wasteland all entered but never came out. Apart from him and Jizue, there was only one person who successfully came out alive. He brought out a corpse that was suspected to be an immortal, and it was divided equally by the Holy Lands. As the Saint of Merak, Crazy Ole must have seen the corpse pass down. Could it be that the secret treasure on Jizue was related to that immortal body? However, how could little Nan Nan sense it? She could actually discover that Jizue had a treasure on her. The little one was becoming more and more mysterious. Yifan and the others headed north. Many people followed behind them. This was a pilgrimage, but no one dared to go forward and disturb them. In the past half a month, the world of man and hell appeared 4 times. Not only did they want to kill Yifan, even little Nan Nan was implicated. 2 times their killing swords slashed at her. With a saint accompanying them, they naturally wouldn't be in danger. Those killers weren't real bodies. They were all ancient strange corpses with primordial spirit puppets as their masters. Which ancient inheritance invited the world of man and hell? Li Heishui pondered. There must be some holy sons. Maybe that ruthless person Hua Yunfei will be among them. There will most likely be people from the Yin Yang sect. Looks like many people suspect that your injuries have healed, the large black dog mumbled. Yifan rubbed his chin and didn't say anything. He knew that there would definitely be a great battle in the future. Now, he could only make himself stronger first. Then, they began to traverse the void. After a few times, they left all their followers behind. Finally, the Black Emperor carved Dao patterns seriously and prepared to head to their final destination, the Holy Cliff. Seeing him so serious, Li Heishui felt a headache because he saw the chessboard Dao patterns again. Those were left behind by the Void Emperor. Damn dog, hurry up and put them away. We don't want to go to the Western Desert or the Northern Plains. Isn't it enough that you harmed Pangbo and Tu Fei? The large black dog was furious and said, You don't trust me that much? Little Nan Nan showed a rare look of worry. She squatted on the ground and said seriously, Dog, you have to be careful. You make mistakes every time. Don't lose us. The large black dog was embarrassed. He didn't say anything and continued to carve the chessboard Dao patterns. During this process, the Crazy Ole stared at the Dao patterns very seriously. Yifan knew that the large black dog must have done this on purpose. He wanted this saint to judge. All right, go to the Holy Cliff. There's no mistake. We'll be there soon, the large black dog said. This is the formation pattern to the Western Desert. The Crazy Ole suddenly said, Damn dog, you're too unreliable. Are you trying to kill us? If we fall on Mount Meru and smash the Tempest Temple, those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will fight us to the death, Li Heishui said angrily. This is obviously the Holy Cliff. The large black dog didn't understand. He rolled his eyes and asked the Crazy Ole. The Crazy Ole didn't say anything. He just touched the formation pattern with his hand and corrected it. So there's a problem here. No wonder I felt something was wrong, the large black dog murmured. Swoosh. With a flash of light, they crossed the void and disappeared. The formation pattern they left behind disappeared automatically. A long time after they left, a blurry figure rushed over from the mountains in the distance. He stood there for a long time and then let out a cold laugh that seemed to come from hell. All the birds and beasts in this mountain range died instantly. Not long after, another person appeared beside him. The figure was even more blurry, almost transparent, as if it would disappear in the wind at any time. He stared at the void and didn't say anything, but his killing intent made all the plants in this mountain range wither. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how many miles they had traveled. From the central region of the eastern desert, they came to a place that was close to the northern region. The holy cliff was located at the border between the central region and the northern region. It was a very special location. Usually, no one would come here. The reason was that this was an ominous place. The blood of a consummate saint body dyed the dry cliff in his later years. He died here, which made everyone afraid. One had to know that he was a supreme being that could compete with the ancient emperors, but he ended up like this, becoming a historical mystery. Although the name sounded like a cliff, when they got closer, they found that it was extremely vast. This was a mountain range, towering and heavy. It was completely black as ink. Even the endless ancient trees on it couldn't hide it. There were more than 50 mountains standing side by side, and it was a majestic scene. A consummate supreme saint body is too powerful. This was cut off from the Immortal mountain and used as his seclusion place, the large black dog side. Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Presumably, the consummate saint body was invincible in this world after his blood and qi declined in his later years, which was why it was taken advantage of by some unknown being. Otherwise, with his unparalleled divine might, when he was at his peak, he could be compared with the emperors. It would be very difficult for anyone to kill him in this world. A hero is past his prime, and his hair is not allowed to grow old. This is the world's greatest sorrow. The large black dog sighed. Little Yi, you have to find an immortal divine herb and plant it to live 2 lives. I heard my grandfather say that the later years of a consummate saint body are not very peaceful. You can't wait until your blood and qi decline. Li Heishui also said. Chapter 492. More than 50 black mountains stood side by side, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Seeing them was like re-entering the Immortal mountain. Big brother, is there also enlightenment tea here? Little Nan Nan raised her head and asked. The little fellow still remembered the naked old tea tree. No, but there is something more mysterious. Yi Fan stroked the little fellow's head. What's strange inside? Li Heishui asked the big black dog. Normally, no one dared to approach this place. It had always been like avoiding ghosts and demons. It's hard to say what's here. Anyway, it's a bit strange. After entering, there might be strange deaths, the big black dog mumbled. What do you mean? Li Heishui asked. Specifically, after entering, you won't even know how you died. It's very strange and mysterious. It's hard to understand, the big black dog added. In that case, it's also a bad place. You don't even know what you're going to encounter? Yi Fan was surprised. This place was very unusual. He didn't know what they would encounter. However, they were not too afraid. After all, they were following a saint. If even the crazy old man could not enter this place, then no one in this world could. A woo! A long howl of a lone wolf was heard. The sound was mournful and sorrowful, echoing in this black mountain range. Your relatives appear here. Li Heishui poked the big black dog. The big black dog bared his teeth and bit his wrist, refusing to let go. F***ck, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Let go. Li Heishui screamed. Caw. A few old crows filled with an aura of death flapped their wings on a withered old tree outside the black cliff, letting out horrifying cries that were full of sorrow. Why do I feel that this place is so ominous? After Li Heishui shook off the Black Emperor's big mouth, he felt a chill on his neck. Don't worry. I don't believe that this black cliff can really be haunted. Although the Saint Physique Saint died here, it has been more than 100,000 years, after all. Even if there are some mysterious existences here, they have already disappeared under the power of time. Nothing can live for so long, the large black dog said with some guilt. The only thing he believed in was the battle prowess of the crazy old man. Let's go! Yi Fan picked up little Nan Nan, placed her on the back of the Black Emperor, and then walked forward with large strides. Plop! A white rabbit scurried out, followed by a weasel. It was so old that it couldn't be any older. The fur on its body had almost all fallen off. Hiss hiss. Then, a bony snake that was as thick as a water tank slowly crawled out and wriggled towards the cliff in the distance. How could it be such an ominous creature? The few of them felt very strange. These creatures were naturally nothing to them, but in the folklore, they were very particular. When they approached the Black Saint Cliff, the strange aura became even stronger. It was as if they had arrived at a graveyard, making them feel cold all over. Woo! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. It was very sorrowful, and the sound traveled more than 10 miles. Beside them, there was a withered old tree, growing at the edge of the St. Cliff. It was so big that even 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. On the tree, there was a frightening bird nest. It was actually built from withered bones. It was about half the height of a person, and it was very gloomy and surrounded by wisps of black fog. Damn, what kind of bird is this? Li Heishui was shocked, feeling that the cold on his body had become even stronger. Next to the bird nest built from human bones stood a strange, demonic bird. It had a pitch-black body like a crow, and it had a human face. However, it also had a bird's beak, and its black hook was like a knife. Its body was more than a meter long, and it was as black as ink. The gloomy aura on its body was extremely heavy, as if it had a dead person's head. The whole withered ancient tree was a bit cold. This place is really King strange. The big black dog's body trembled, and he couldn't help but curse. He said, "This is an ancient bird, almost never seen even in the ancient times. It specializes in eating the bones of powerful warriors. According to legend, those who have been cried by it don't live long." Flap, flap, flap. The strange bird spread its wings and flew away. From its beak, a half-eaten human skull fell down, looking a bit ferocious. "Why do I feel like this is a bad start? It's a bad omen," Li Heishui muttered. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, and the crazy old man suddenly attacked. His sleeves swept through the heaven and earth, and countless plants and rocks were swept away. A low roar came from afar, making people's souls tremble. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were shocked. A humanoid creature covered in long black fur that caused people to feel apprehensive flashed into the depths of the sacred cliff and disappeared without a trace. Damn, there really is something. What kind of creature is that? The big black dog was shocked. In the surroundings, all the ominous sceneries disappeared. The voices of the old crow, Gu Lang, and the others also disappeared, and this black mountain recovered its calm. Let's go in and have a look. In a while, it will all depend on your attainment in formation patterns, Yi Fan said. The group finally stepped into the undying mountain. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll he had obtained in the northern region's Lizhou and looked for the location marked with the 9 secrets. It's the deepest part of the St. Cliff. They gathered together and observed carefully, and then frowned at the same time. In the instant they stepped into the St. Cliff, they felt like they had entered the undying mountain, and there was no difference. "We can't fly anymore." Li Heishui was the first to discover the abnormality. They couldn't leave the ground at all, and couldn't leap into the void. There are ancient emperor formation patterns here, and they weren't carved by the Void Emperor. They were laid out by someone else. A strange light flickered in the big black dog's eyes. "We have to be careful." Even the Crimson Dragon Daoist was trapped in the deepest part for 1,500 years, and was almost refined into ashes, Yi Fan reminded. "Don't worry, this time, I have absolute confidence. With my attainment in Dao patterns, we can enter this unstoppable place." For some reason, the big black dog's confidence suddenly multiplied, and he said, "Follow me." The big black dog took the lead, but he had only taken 2 steps when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the clear sky, striking him until he foamed at the mouth. He staggered and fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan felt that he was unreliable at the crucial moment and carried little Nan Nan back in advance, the little guy would have also been struck by lightning. Doggy, are you okay? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and asked, Emperor, why did you strike me as well? It hurt so much. The big black dog lay there, his 4 large paws twitching continuously, and he murmured, Emperor, why did you strike me as well? I just realized that no matter what you do, you damn dog. You said you could enter the unstoppable place, but look what happened in the end. You kept acting, and now you're struck by lightning, right? Li Heishui mocked. Woof, motherf asterisk cur. The big black dog wanted to bite him, but he couldn't stand up after struggling for a long time. He was severely injured, and many of his bones were broken. This made their hearts tremble. The mysterious and terrifying St. Cliff was even more powerful than they had imagined. They had just entered, and the Black Emperor, who had an extremely high attainment in Tao patterns, was almost struck to death. Swoosh! The crazy old man pointed with his finger, and the big black dog was enveloped by a ball of light. Instantly, his bones creaked, and his injuries healed quickly. He rolled to his feet and cursed, Motherf asterisk cur, why did you strike me as well? What's wrong with this formation pattern? Let me study it carefully. The big black dog studied it carefully, and a doubtful expression appeared on his face. Then he relaxed and said, So there's a slight change. I know what went wrong. This time, there's definitely no problem. He walked forward again. At first, there was no problem, but when he took the 13th step, another thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This time, the big black dog was in an even worse state. His whole body was charred black, and white smoke was coming out of his ears and eyes. His mouth was also coughing out bursts of sparks. His whole body was almost cooked. Oh, it hurts so much, motherf asterisk curwoof. The big black dog kept howling, and every inch of his flesh was convulsing. Damn, this damn dog is going to play himself to death. Luckily, it's not us this time. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He had seen unreliable people, but he had never seen one as unreliable as this one. Doggy, are you okay? I smell roasted meat. Little Nan Nan asked with concern. It smells so good. Li Heishui was a weirdo. At this critical moment, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The big black dog was instantly flustered and exasperated. He shouted, Motherf asterisk cur, what's with your eyes? What do you mean? When 2 weirdos were together, it was hard to have peace. They would always quarrel endlessly, no matter what the situation was. This time, with the help of Crazy Old's treatment, the big black dog stumbled to stand up. However, his satin-like fur seemed to have been plucked, full of bumps and hollows, and no longer smooth. There's no justice in this world. Why is it striking me as well? I've really been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The large black dog was extremely furious. Do you know who laid this formation pattern? Li Heishui looked at him suspiciously. This is the Wu Shi formation pattern. I clearly saw how it evolved in an ancient book. How can it still be struck? The big black dog ground his teeth. Nonsense. How can the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor be recorded in an ancient book? It can't exist in the world at all. Besides, even if it's left, even if a great cultivator studied it for 10 lifetimes, he wouldn't understand it at all. Li Heishui didn't believe it. But Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something the big black had said. In the past, great Emperor Wu Shi had come here to pay his respects. If so, it was most likely that the formation pattern was carved by great Emperor Wu Shi. But this damn dog knew too much. Could it be that he had followed great Emperor Wu Shi? But how could he live until now? Even the great ancient emperor couldn't. During this process, Crazy Old didn't say anything. He stood on the side, staring at the ancient land, as if he was thinking about something seriously. The big black dog didn't dare to walk in front himself. He urged Li Heishui to go forward, and he would point the way. Motherf asterisk cur, you ridiculous dog, you don't even dare to walk, and you want to kill me. Li Heishui wouldn't agree no matter what. In the end, the big black dog braced himself, grabbed the jar of divine spring that Yi Fan gave him, and walked in front. Boom, crack, almost every dozen steps, the big black dog would let out a shrill cry. He was constantly struck by lightning, and it was unknown how many times he had cramped. Great Emperor, you were often struck by lightning back then. Could it be that your resentment is so great? Why are the formation patterns at the outermost layers so terrifying? They almost turned me into ashes. The big black dog bared his teeth and kept nagging. Finally, after crossing a black mountain, they came to a land of nothingness. There were no formation patterns in this area, but the aura was very mysterious. This was a very open valley, located between the Black Mountains. There was a lake in the middle, which was as smooth as a mirror. At this time, the sunset had dyed the horizon red, and even the lake was dyed with a layer of golden luster. Peerless spirit medicine, more than 20,000 years old. Li Heishui pointed at an azure plant in the lake, flowing with dreamy luster. The big black dog also ran over. They were about to pick it, but at this moment, the lake water rumbled loudly, and waves soared into the sky. This was a humanoid creature, its hair as white as snow, and its skin was also deathly pale, without a trace of blood like snow. It was practically like a zombie, and it reached out a large claw to grab them. What is this thing? The few of them were all shocked and quickly retreated. This is an ancient corpse, and it has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. In recent years, it has gained intelligence, and it has the cultivation level of a half-step almighty. The big black dog shouted, "Uncle, save us." Little Nan Nan was very nervous, and she grabbed the old crazy man's sleeve and shook it. If Yi Fan and the others came in alone, they would definitely be in danger. With their cultivation level, they would not be able to resist at all. The old crazy man pointed lightly, and a green light shot out from the tip of his finger. This ancient corpse was instantly fixed in place, and could not move at all. Boom. However, at this moment, the lake water became violent, and the sound of iron chains swaying could be heard. There was still a terrifying creature below. Divine light shot out from the eyes of the few of them, and they instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 more ancient corpses rushed up from below, and they were also comparable to half-step almighty cultivators. Moreover, in the depths of the lake, there was a huge shadow. It was actually an iron carriage, and the poles of the carriage were all tied with iron chains. It was very eerie and frightening. These 4 ancient corpses are only the bearers of the carriage. What kind of existence is in that iron carriage? The few of them were shocked, and their scalps became a little cold. The old crazy man still raised his hand and pointed, and the 3 ancient corpses were fixed in place. Then he stared at the depths of the lake and shouted softly, "Duo!" His voice was like thunder, and there was an indescribable mighty force, like a god subduing a demon. The boiling lake water immediately calmed down, and the black iron carriage swayed a few times, as if it was very unwilling, but in the end, it stopped shaking. Yi Fan and the others were scared, and felt that this trip would not be too smooth. They had just entered, and they already encountered such a tyrannical creature. They did not know what was in there. A gloomy and cold laugh came from the black mountain in front of them, and they could vaguely see a humanoid creature flashing and disappearing. 2 beams of light shot out from the old crazy man's empty eyes, piercing through the black mountain ridge. The humanoid creature let out a malicious laugh and disappeared completely. They climbed up a large mountain, and their hearts jumped. There was actually a collapsed black mountain in front of them. Seeing this scene, the big black dog was even more shocked. What's going on? Who destroyed that mountain? I remember, that's not right. Legend has it that great Emperor Wu Shi once carved a seal character there, suppressing a terrifying creature. Did it escape? Don't worry, it's already been more than 100,000 years. Even if there was an extraordinary existence, it has already turned to ashes. No matter how great a person is, they can't resist the power of time, Yi Fan said. That's true, but I think we should be more careful. I don't feel safe. The big black dog showed a rare expression of nervousness.